News is live on Joy 99.7 FM and Hits 103.9 FM in Accra. In Kumasi, we're on Love 99.5 FM and over 30 affiliates across Ghana's 16 regions, including Sankara FM Yendi, Laura FM Laura, and Radio Max Takrade. Get radio, TV, and online content on the myjoyonline.com interactive app for Android and iOS devices. Coming up, release the salaries of our teachers by Friday or face our wrath. That's the threat from the National Association of Graduate Teachers, NAGRAT, to the OSP, who allegedly withheld the salaries of more than 400 teachers to investigate ghost names on the government payroll.
That A, B, and C are not qualified to earn salary, you don't go ahead and inflict injury. If he does not defreeze the salaries by Friday, he will have to be blamed for whatever happens after Friday.
Also, Parliament gears up to vet President Akufo-Addo's ministerial nominees. Leadership of the New Patriotic Party dismisses suggestions the reshuffle came in a little too late.
For me, let's measure them based on the results. I think 10 months is a very good period for them. Is what they can do.
We also have business.
Newly appointed Minister of Finance Dr. Mohamed Amin Adam advised to focus on inclusive economic growth rather than borrowing. We hear from economist Dr. Patrick Assuming on the Joy Business Report.
These are more coming up shortly. I am Amisi Nyamije Thompson. Let's start from Labour. The National Association of Graduate Teachers, NAGRAT, has issued a 2-day ultimatum to the Office of the Special Prosecutor to release the salaries of some teachers by Friday or face their wrath. NAGRAT alleged that the OSP had withheld salaries of more than 400 teachers. According to the office, they are investigating ghost names on government's payroll. But President of NAGRAT, Angel Kabanu, says that is not enough justification to withhold their salaries and has warned the association will be forced to resort to other measures if the OSP fails to release them by Friday. He spoke with MFR Power on Newsnight.
We have also informed him in the media.
But who suffers? Who suffers? 400 of your members, their salaries are frozen as we speak.
By Friday, if those salaries are not frozen, nobody shall. Because it's a wrong thing. You see, when you are auditing somebody, until audit is completed and you have conclusively arrived indicating that A, B, and C are not qualified to earn salary, you don't go ahead and inflict injury. He may be the special prosecutor. He has not finished prosecuting people who have been giving bribes in elections and things like that. It is not poor teachers he is coming to zero in on. If he does not defreeze the salaries by Friday, he will have to be blamed for whatever happens after Friday.
You heard President of NAGRAT, Angel Kabanu, in an interview with my colleague MFR Apao. Now, the leadership of the New Patriotic Party is rejecting assertions that the reshuffle ministers came in a little too late. 19 current ministers and deputies, including 10 cabinet ministers and 2 regional ministers, were affected. Speaking to Joy News General Secretary of the NPP, Justin Kodia said government critics should assess the new appointees based on their output in office and not the time left for them to serve. Here's a News Desk report.
In all, 19 ministers and deputies were reshuffled in the latest government shake-up. Out of this number, 15 were sitting members of parliament, while 6 ministers and deputies were reassigned. The biggest upset were Ken Oforiatta, the finance minister, Kweku Ajimanmenu, Minister of Health, and Mwakwata, the roads and highway minister, who were shown the exit. After reducing the total number of ministers and deputies in his second term from 126 to 86, President Akufo-Addo decided to stick with 86 even after the reshuffle, in spite of the concerns raised about the numbers. But this has been criticized by the opposition NDC as an indication of the insensitivity of the Akufo-Addo administration to the current economic plight of Ghanaians. Fifi Kwete is General Secretary of the NDC.
In an era where the clamor for efficient governance and fiscal prudence has never been louder, the recent reshuffle by President Akufo-Addo starkly reflects a government in disarray, obstinately disconnected from the realities of his people.
The reshuffle has rather attracted applause from the president's party. General Secretary of the NPP, Justin Frimpong Kodia, says the move will re-energize the base of the party.
For me, let's measure them based on the results. I don't. It's late. I think 10 months is a very good period for them. Is what they can do.
But former UN governance advisor Professor Bafo Ajimandia says the president had the timing wrong and doubts the changes will have any impact on governance.
This is too little coming too late. I'm sure most people say the same. And I think so far what he's done is not going to make much difference.
Meanwhile, MP for Asante Akim North, Andy Apiakubi, has expressed happiness over the reshuffle of the Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta, but says it could have been earlier.
We wanted it more than a year ago, a year and a half, nearly 2 years. But as the saying goes, it's better late than never. It would have been better if he had responded to us at the time we asked.
But when will these minister designates be vetted, knowing that changes have been made to the standing orders of Parliament, which affects the various committees and its membership? Chairman of the Appointments Committee, Joe Osewusu, tells Joy News more.
If you take any ministry, for example, if you take local government is a new nominee. Now, the chairman of the Committee of Local Governance, his deputy, the ranking member and his deputy will join the Appointments Committee when it comes to the vetting of the minister. When we finish with the local governance, those people will leave. And maybe if we come to gender, the minister for gender's consideration, then the Committee on Gender, the chairman and ranking, the deputy chairman and vice chairman and deputy ranking will join in.
Well, away from that, colleague on a Roman Catholic boys' school here in Accra is over 90 years old. But despite having trained many elite Ghanaians, the school cannot boast of a suitable fence wall. The pupils now have to contend with studying with the destruction posed by squatters and animals that stray into its compound to graze. Join News Caleb Osei-Mensah and Adobe Asari were there and put together this report.
Kolegono RC Boys, situated at Kolegono in Accra, is over 90 years old, and many elite Ghanaians have passed through the walls of that school. It produced many great men and women because it started as a boys' school, it became a mixed school, and later it was reverted to boys' school, purely boys' school. And over the many years, their academic performance has been the envy of the many schools within the community. However, we have faced too many structural challenges.
I'm a student of Kolegono Roman Boys, and our major problem that we are facing is lack of protection, security. Our walls have collapsed, and this gives way for students to come in and out of the school. Some sleep in the school. Some also go to the extent of having sex in the school, which is disturbing our education. Some of my companions also run out of school, come to school late, and do different things in the school.
Our security is really a challenge for us. We have so many outlets in the school. When you go behind the KG block, you could see that we have a wall that is broken, and the wall is sharing this thing with we share boundaries with a cattle rearing ranch over there.
Away from that, on Wednesday, the Clean Ghana Task Force conducted a crackdown at the Agbogloshi market, resulting in the arrest of 2 individuals and the closure of numerous shops due to unhygienic practices. My colleague Kwesi Adai has more.
It means you know what you are supposed to do, and you are not. Let me see your medical certificate.
Have you ever stopped to ponder over the sanitary conditions of where the condo for your banku, porridge, and kenke are mailed from? Well, the focus of this week's Clean Ghana campaign was at a full market inside the famous Agbogloshi market, where the main activity there is corn mailing.
You see what is going on here? This is just an open space. There's nothing that is closed. Look at very unhygienic area that they are mailing. And nobody washes a condo when you are going to cook. So we have decided to arrest the people who are mailing, to stop them from mailing. We will not allow you. So you will go out, you take your things and go out. We will lock the shop just as we did the other time. So take your things and go out. Put off the light.
Florence Kuji, after the exercise, emphasized that the team will continue to monitor the traders to ensure that they comply with the sanitary laws governing their operation.
So today we have visited 10 corn mills. We have served 7 notices, and then we picked 2 people. So those that we have locked, we are going to process them for court.
And those are the excerpts of the Clean Ghana Task Force job in the Agbegble market yesterday. And that's how we end the bulletin. In our top story, release the salaries of our teachers by Friday, Offiza wrote. That's the threat from the National Association of Graduate Teachers to the OSP. I'm Amici Nyamiche Thompson. Up next is Business on the Super Mommy Show.
You know, Papa, see that? And it's rickety car. Hey, Papa! Bobo, so how your engine now? It is half man, half amazing. Thanks to Quartz and you can feel better energy. Can't touch this. Actually, guys, so Sancho's engine just died like that? Yes, so somebody managed to convince him that there is a better engine oil than Quartz, and he switched. Sancho Panzapa. Now, which engine oil can be better than Quartz? No other, my guy. Quartz with its age-resistant technology, it keeps your engine younger for longer. Now you know. Have you guys seen the new bottle design? It's superb. Quartz 9000 from Total Energies DA improves fuel efficiency. Why do you think Mr. Mane and Logoso have taken the Quartz Nation Movement World Cup like that? Sorry. Chairman. Hey, Quartz. Keep your engine younger for longer.
The boys are lined up looking for an opening. They are charging forward from our 3. Kuku has his eye on the cashier, but Yao gets there first. He taps, and he scores!
Win your ticket to glory with the ABSA Card Assist. Tap to pay with your ABSA debit or credit card, and you could win an unforgettable Premier League experience in the UK or any of over 50 consolation prizes such as home appliances and shopping vouchers. It's time to tap your way to the Premier League with your ABSA card. ABSA, the official banking partner of the Premier League. Terms and conditions apply.
Millennium Insurance has enhanced its motor insurance policy cover to make life more comfortable for you, our valued clients, and in the event of vehicle breakdown whilst on the road. To ensure your safety and that of your vehicle, Millennium Insurance will ensure that your broken down vehicle is towed to a safe place within 1 hour of call and 30 kilometers radius from the place of breakdown. This service is absolutely free. Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner, is on standby to be of service to you. Contact us now on 0501 394 997 or 0501 285 821, 0501 394 997 or 0501 285 821.
Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner.
No matter your water needs, Sintex has it all. Sintex tank was first to introduce double layer tank, and now you can have as many layers as you want. Sintex tank was first to introduce white inner layer tanks in Ghana, and now introduces the customer specs order, which will let you order any color and size you want. Sintex tanks gives you the biggest warranty of 7 years, which no other tank gives you. So whatever your water consumption, size of project, or demand, choose Sintex tank. Sintex tank, stress-free. Sintex tank, reliable. Sintex tank, maximum guarantee. Call 0244 335 168, Kumasi 0505 555 666, or visit sintexgh.com. Sintex tank, a strong, a tough.
Breaking news. Vodafone Ghana is becoming Telecel. Stay tuned.
Honey, I know you're a bit hard up now, so I've decided to sell the gold necklace you bought for me, so at least we can pay our rent.
Wow, that's so nice of you. But you see, there's just one problem though. The necklace, it's actually not real gold.
So it's not real gold, it's real what?
It looks like gold, but it's actually fake.
So all this while I've been walking around thinking there's real gold on my neck, not knowing it's galamsey chain.
Honey, I'm so sorry.
Oh, sorry for yourself. No wonder you're broke. You continue being broke, sir.
Don't wait till a rainy day to realize you've been played. Times are hard. Invest right. Invest with iVest, the smart fixed-term investment account from Isway that gives you real value. iVest, real returns for real people. Call Isway now on 0302-208-222 or text iVest to 4993 to get started. Isway, your trusted financial solutions partner. Isway is a member of the Ghana Deposit Protection Corporation.
Where is the box again?
Hey.
Where is the...
What box?
The red box.
What
well, I've been asked. I heard there was a red box delivered yesterday to you. It was on your desk. Apparently, it was only Mbura who saw it.
Let me just say a very big thank you to Senna for that wonderful Valentine's Day gift. That was very much appreciated.
I heard it had
really,
chambers
really nice.
in it, like several compartments.
It had a hall in it. It was very, very classy. Very classy. Yes. And much appreciated.
Well, I don't know if we would describe the reshuffle as classy.
No. Well, I don't know if classy is the word. But, you know, on another level, look, people have been calling on the president to do a reshuffle for years now.
Mm-hmm.
Calling. He hasn't done it. Now he's done it too. People are saying...
The timing.
It looks like he can't please anybody.
Well, I think people are concerned about the timing because it's just about 10 months?
Yes.
And they are just wondering what difference would that make, really?
Indeed. What can you achieve in 10 months? Bearing in mind that, especially when you take the new appointees, right? Apparently about 6 out of the 9 are all going to be running for elections in December.
It's going to be a busy next few months.
So really, how much time do they have to get to understand the job, to actually do the job before they have to start campaigning, get diverted by campaigns? You see? So it is a fair question to ask, what is the president hoping will be achieved in this short time frame? But then does that mean it would have been better if he had not reshuffled at all? If that's the case, then why were people calling? I mean, just as recently as a week ago, calling for a reshuffle.
Well, some have also said, well, this is just another way of rewarding people. Is it?
Well, I mean, if you have an election coming up and you don't know how you are going to fund it, and then suddenly you are made a minister, have you been rewarded or not?
Probably have.
Okay. Okay.
In the spirit of Valentine.
Okay. If you are in some ministry where Charlie contracts don't come plenty, and then suddenly, they've sent you to contract central.
Charlie.
Is it a reward or not?
Sure is.
Okay. It as your role model Jesus Christ would have said, it is you that said it, not I. Hallelujah. Anyway, today, listen, we're interested in what can be achieved because this supposedly this reshuffle has been done so that things can be better. So hopefully, we'll do an assessment to see whether things can indeed be better with this reshuffle. Of course, a few of them have to get vetted. Vetting, I've lost interest in vetting. It's a pointless exercise. No matter what, they're going to approve them anyway. Yeah, so, I don't think I'm even interested in vetting anymore. They will all get approved. And then we'll see whether or not they'll come and do anything. Okay. 6 a.m. news. Do I sound bitter?
I think you sound dissatisfied. That's how you sound like.
I'm getting jaded. I'm getting jaded. Like, I'm starting to see that the whole thing is rigged. The whole thing is a scam. Of course, Roba Former.
You've been scammed since.
Yeah. And like, I'm not even seeing the end in sight. I'm not seeing some solution. Even on December 7th, I'm not seeing a solution.
Musical chairs.
Anyway, we're going to talk about it. We have to. Because there are some merits and demerits to be considered. All right, the 6 a.m. news was brought to us by Total Energies. Total, we go the extra mile for you. Absa Bank Ghana Limited, helping you find a way to get things done. And Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner. Of course, the Joy Business Report is raring to go, so let's step on it and get it done, thanks to Omni Basic Bank at your service.
Hello, welcome to the Joy Business Report. Coming up this morning, newly appointed Minister of Finance, Dr. Mohamed Amin Adam, advised to focus on inclusive economic growth rather than borrowing. We hear from economist Dr. Patrick Assuming. Also, cedi sustained depreciation over past weeks slows significantly as market response to improved dollar support from the Bank of Ghana. Plus, Cabinet reviewing tax exemptions law barely a year after its implementation. We'll tell you why. Don't go anywhere. It's the middle of the month already. Welcome once again. Hello to our friends listening on KTU Radio in Koforidua. My name is Darrell Kwao. Economist Dr. Patrick Assuming has entreated newly appointed Minister of Finance Dr. Mohamed Amin Adam to focus on growing and running a more inclusive economy. According to him, it will be suicidal if Dr. Amin Adam repeats the mistakes of his predecessor by leveraging borrowing. Speaking to Joy Business, Dr. Assuming urged the minister nominee to also use his expertise in natural resources to generate revenue and not unnecessarily burden the private sector with taxes.
My hope is that he will begin to think of the economy in a slightly different way from his predecessor in terms of focusing too much on leveraging, that is the borrowing, and then also tapping into existing cash flows. That has led to what some people call mortgaging of some of our future cash flows from specific sources. And that he will think more broadly about growing the economy first, and then before we benefit from the rewards of a growing economy. That's what I hope he does. I think that if he does that, and then also is a little bit more forthright about where we are headed, more frank about where the economy is headed and what has to be done, and more engaging with, especially with the business side, and maybe run a more inclusive way of thinking about the policy options. Probably that will help him.
You heard economist Dr. Patrick Assuming. Now, the city's sustained depreciation against the US dollar appears to be slowing down significantly over the past 3 working days. Some banks are linking the development to improved dollar supply by the Bank of Ghana. Here's George Raffe with more.
Based on the current updates and reports from some of the commercial banks, the fortunes of the Ghana cedi appears to be witnessing some turnaround. That marginal depreciation recorded almost every day from last month appears to be halting, at least based on what we've witnessed over the past 3 working days. Some of the commercial banks are attributing this turnaround to improved dollar supply, which is helping deal with the current pressure on the Ghana cedi. The Bank of Ghana, for instance, has increased the dollar support to the commercial banks from under $5 million to more than $15 million. Some players believe that this has gone a long way to deal with the current pressure on the Ghana cedi. The Bank of Ghana yesterday was on the market to sell $20 million to the bulk oil distribution companies to aid imports of finished petroleum products. The central bank quoted 12 Ghana cedis, 48 pesos as the price for each dollar that is planning to sell to these importers. The coming days will indeed be interesting, as it will help us understand whether this intervention is sustainable and how that will go a long way to help in stabilizing the Ghana cedi, especially in the first quarter of this year.
George, I feel with that report. Now, Deputy Minister of Finance Abner Sassari has hinted that government is working to make few amendments to the recently passed tax exemptions law. This is to ensure that key areas like agricultural imports enjoy some more exemption to support food production. Speaking to Joy Business, the Deputy Minister assured that the review will make the law more comprehensive.
Tax exemptions bill, yes, it came into effect in September when the president assented to it. Yes, but we are coming up with a few amendments to the tax exemptions bill, and we hope that our colleagues will support this, us to make this happen. Already, Ghanaians used to complain a lot that we were giving out a lot of exemptions, but now it is backed by law. It is not discretionary, and so it is controlling the exemptions. But we want to make it tighter. We want to make it better after a year of implementation, and that is why we are coming back to Parliament. Yes, and we're going to give out some form of exemptions in the area of agric products to agric products to help boost food production and make food relatively cheaper, to also help drive down the inflation that we're talking about.
Abner Sasar is Deputy Minister of Finance. Now, the Deputy CEO of the Public Procurement Authority, Kwame Prempeh, has raised concerns about the increasing rate of unbudgeted projects being executed by contractors. This is despite the about 11.6 billion cedis in the 2024 budget statement to settle arrears owed contractors to enable them return to the project sites. He spoke to Joy Business at a training workshop in Dodowa.
How these arrears build up mostly is because contracts are being given out where there is no commencement, there is no funds to facilitate those contracts. And over the years, it increases, where an enthusiastic head of entity, because of course they want to get projects done, they want to get the roads built, but it has to sit within the revenue of government. So if at a particular year, government has not made provisions for that particular road or that particular building or that particular service, and you go and execute that, then that is where the arrears build up, because there's no provisions in the budget to pay those activities. And then over the years, it keeps building up.
You heard Kwame Prempeh, who is Deputy CEO of the Public Procurement Authority. Now, MTN says it has finalized a deal with telecom operator AT and Vodafone for full rollout of national roaming services. This will also allow the operators to share infrastructure to help subscribers enjoy better network connection. It's coming after the successful implementation of initiative in some parts of the country on a pilot basis. Salom Adadivo is Chief Executive of MTN Ghana and has been speaking on PM Express Business Edition, which airs tonight at 9.
We don't want people to have to decide, look, I'm on network X and I'm roaming in a particular area and I want to move on to MTN. No, that's not how it works. Basically, all of these things work in the back, right? The customer doesn't really see it happening. The customer knows I'm a customer on X network, my signal is low on that network, or I don't have coverage at all. Another operator has coverage for which I have an agreement with, so my network automatically picks it up and I continue to function as if I was on network X. Everything happens in the back. That's the request coming.
I think this is a major breakthrough for the challenge when it has to do with service delivery, actually.
Yeah, look, it's a major breakthrough. And for me, the breakthrough is not even on how many sites are currently in the roaming.
You had Salom Adadivo, who is Chief Executive of MTN Ghana, speaking on PM Express Business Edition, which airs tonight on the Joy News channel at 9. Now, turning to other news, Senior Finance Lecturer at the University of Ghana Business School, Dr. Benjamin Amoah, is calling for more measures to increase financial literacy in the country. According to him, improving financial literacy could help rebuild the confidence of the public in the financial sector and increase investments.
Once the citizens become financially literate, they are likely to engage with the financial services sector. They will understand some of the things that is happening, and they will know that in investment there is risk. Once they understand the relationship between risk and return, timing of investment, the impact of inflation on investment, many of these things that are happening or that happens in financial market, they'll be well prepared and they will not hesitate or they will not be scared if they hear some of these things happening. Sometimes it is the lack of knowledge or understanding that will cause somebody to take what we call a knee-jerk reaction and not react at the appropriate time.
Dr. Benjamin Amoah, Senior Finance Lecturer at the University of Ghana Business School. That takes us to Investor Eye today. The Director in charge of Risk Management Department at the Securities and Exchange Commission, Emmanuel Mensah-Pia, talks about the risks involved with social investment schemes.
Then there's the social consensus tactic. The social consensus tactic is where they give you the impression that everybody is doing it. So you should also do it. But you are not everybody. And so your needs and how you structure your finances may not suit everybody. So you need to be careful of just joining a bandwagon, maybe of a certain group of professionals, or you attended school with some people and they are all investing and they are promoting it at your school gatherings and so on, and you say, and so because of that you join. No.
Let's check the markets as we wrap up this morning. Beginning with the commodity market, crude oil dropped marginally to $81. Gold trading at $1,992 an ounce after losing from yesterday's trading. Cocoa selling at $5,584 a ton after losing $64 from yesterday's trading as well. Also on the currency market, the dollar going for 12 cedis 58 pesos. That's on the retail market. The pound going for 15 cedis 68 pesos. The euro going for 13 cedis 38 pesos. More news on our website, myjoyonline.com/business. My name is Daryl Kwab. The Super Morning Show continues with the man who got the red box.
This is a personal attack. Why? Why? You two, what did you get for Valentine's Day?
What did I get? Nothing.
Oh.
Nothing.
Nothing?
Oh, nothing. I'm being honest.
What did you give?
What did I give? Well, I went out last night. So I gave something.
So, yeah. So why did you get nothing?
Well,
and I'm asking this because you are not alone.
Okay.
It'd be like boys, nothing went their way. The flow of love was unidirectional.
Isn't that always the case?
But why is that always the case?
Well, because there's a perception that that the gentlemen are the ones supposed to be doing the giving and the showing of love.
So it is.
There are a few ladies who do that.
So a man's love must be proved. A lady's love is taken for granted. Is that what it is?
Well, if you like, that's.
When a woman claims to love you, we accept it to be a truth. But a man has to prove it.
I guess.
Is that what it is?
I guess.
What kind of world are we living in now?
It's an unfair world.
It's very painful. Somebody was very unhappy in the office when the red box arrived. And she said, Nashim Fumbeni. I remember crying a Valentine gift. And I met her.
Oh boy.
It's very sad. Anyway, condolences to those who were not celebrated, especially the men. You know, it's a pity because
women have ways of showing love, so
but don't men
they
also
don't
have
necessarily
ways
have to
of showing love?
give you a gift. I mean, they are always caring. They always,
But men are not. Men are not always caring.
Not always, are they?
Are we not? Are we not?
I mean, I'm just saying there's a natural tendency of the woman to care always and show love always.
Where did we get this conclusion from?
I think it's natural perception.
Okay. I mean, I would like to see some empirical proof that men, we don't show love. Hey, so you don't show love?
Oh, I do.
Like every
I'm a
single
rare case.
minute. I don't think you're as rare as you think, Akbavu. In fact, men are called upon to show love frequently, daily, regularly, in their provision of solutions to problems.
If you look at it that way.
That's showing love, isn't it? Providing for someone, is that not showing love? Protecting someone, is that not showing love?
It is.
Sitting and listening while somebody talks about their issues and giving them a listening ear, is that not showing love?
But let's find out if the women deem it that way.
All they deem as love is gifts. There are 5 love languages. 5. So if your love language is words of affirmation, then why are you waiting for delivery on Valentine's Day?
Show it.
No. If you're a woman and you say your love language is words of affirmation, why are you waiting for a gift on Valentine's Day? Go and check your emails.
Okay, emails back.
Anyway, let's get some inspirational music under our belt. This is CC Winans. That's my king. Konfo, did you get anything for Valentine's Day?
From?
Now from then. So depending on the answer to the from, it could be yes or no.
So
that means you got something.
Oh yes, I got something for Valentine's Day.
From
I
Madam.
got chocolates.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
I also got chocolates and wine.
Yes, Mama V, you dear, you got a bumper harvest of things.
And all our friends who came bearing gifts.
Oh yes,
celebrating.
CBG.
That was lovely.
Yes,
that
and
was really
Providence
nice.
Insurance and all of that.
Yeah.
Yes.
But Mama V, what did you give for Valentine's
I
Day?
gave love.
That's what you will get from now on. Every year for Valentine's, you will get love. Okay.
I gave love.
Yeah, that's all you will get from now on. Okay.
But people are still bringing gifts, so I would acknowledge them tomorrow.
Yours is going well.
Is that an appeal?
No.
Yours is going well.
I'm not a fan of that. But knowing me, you should understand why I said that. But in case you do not know, off air, I'll tell you.
Bring your goods.
Oh, that's Samuel Mbura. I'm told
yes.
he learnt lessons from the advice we gave the last time.
Yes, so he gave a good.
One of my friends called
In fact, let me correct that. He gave a few goods.
Female ones.
Yes, a head of goats were distributed to several recipients.
Female.
Yes.
That's very important. I mean, that's how you go about the investment.
But you could see Valentine yesterday. I was very surprised.
Can I tell you something?
Lots of deliveries
Look,
yesterday.
when I was driving to work this morning, I saw people wearing red now going home.
Really?
I couldn't believe my eyes.
Wow.
In fact, look, around Agbogba police station, one of the pubs there closed this morning. And I saw, when I saw the boys and girls standing, I was shocked until I got closer. I realized that people were still partying.
Today is going to be a very unproductive day in the capital city.
Oh, but for all you know, many of these people probably have their own businesses or do not work.
Okay.
But if you work, you can actually take a day off. People may call in sick. That's a fact. But I know if I were your employer and you call in sick today, some way be like that,
Allow.
Anyway, let's get to a Drive Safe campaign brought to us by Joy News and the Multimedia Group and supported by Toyota Superior Quality and Imperial General Assurance Solid Protection. And our tip today says inflate tires appropriately and change them when they are worn. So defensive drivers always ensure their tires have the correct amount of air in them and that the treads aren't worn down or bald. Part of a good defensive driving strategy involves checking your tire pressure on a routine basis. Don't hit the road if you have too low or high tire pressures or tires without sufficient tread on them. Change your tires as necessary. So now you know the pressure, not too low, not too high.
Yeah.
You must know your tire pressure.
Yeah.
And that's how to drive safe.
That's nice. And sometimes you must actually tell the attendants what you want.
Exactly.
They may give you way more than your car needs. All right, let's learn how to say it right. Brought to us by Kingdom Books. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks. Also, Societe Generale Ghana, the future is you.
Something must be done.
You say either, I say.
How do you pronounce this word? Q-U-E-S-T-I-O-N. I'll give you a hint. It's not question. It's not question either. It's question. You already know what the word means, but did you know it originates from the Latin word querere, which means to ask or to seek? Well, now you know. You also know how to say it right. Any questions? Okay, to be continued.
Any questions?
Yeah. Any questions?
Lots of questions.
Let's get into the news review.
Kojo Yankson has a few questions to answer.
I don't have any questions.
Jehoshaphat,
please,
Kojo Yankson,
please.
Mr. Aye.
I'm with you, right?
This is the same behavior that made them kick you out of the French Revolution. All right, so the news review that brought to you by Syntex Tank, a strong, a tough, and Enterprise Insurance at 100. Yafini promotion, celebrating our legacy, securing your future.
So the daily graphic for today, as expected, new ministers face high expectations. 18 out. Comes with photographs of Ken Oforiatta and Kweku Agyeman-Menu, who are both out. Mohamed Amin Adam, Finance Minister, is elevated now. Kojo Opon-Nkrumah, Works and Housing, he's moved. Lydia Al-Hassan, Sanitation and Water Resources. Dr. Bernard Okoboy, Health. And Fatima to Abubakar, who's also been elevated from Deputy Information Minister. But can you see that, ministers who lost their primaries have been,
ousted.
Have been kicked out. Yes, have been, sacked, more or less, or relieved of their duties. So if you're a minister, you contested the NPP parliamentary primary and lost. Bye-bye.
You are no longer useful in the government.
No, you're not. You're out. Now, I've seen Franklin Kujo make the point. He's talked about the fact that for some of these new ministers who are coming in, it will take them some time, probably 6 months to adjust to their new environment. Now, by the end of the 6 months, they will be expected to go out there and campaign. So for him, the value, not much.
Many people actually sharing that sentiment. What kind of impact can they reasonably make? And especially when almost all of them are also candidates, parliamentary candidates. They will be concentrating on their personal campaigns as well. So, big question really is, what's the use of this reshuffle?
If there was ever a time when the president's, initial practice of explaining why he appoints people was needed, it would be this time. I think I definitely want to know, what has the president tasked these people with? Right, as he sent, for example, as he sent Dr. Amin to the finance ministry, what did he say to him? What did he say, Dr. Amin, I expect you to achieve by election day? What did he say to Kojo Opon-Nkrumah as he went to Works and Housing, that I expect you to achieve this by election day, or by the 7th of January when I bow out of this office? What expectations has he put on them?
We'll need our MPs to bring out some of these when those who appear before the vetting committee do
some of them would, yes, and I like how you put it, those who appear. Some would not appear because for Mohamed Amin Adam, he's a Minister of State, so he doesn't have to go back to be vetted. Kojo Opon-Nkrumah moves from Information to Works and Housing. Now, as a cabinet minister, you'd expect him to know a lot of the happenings. And for me, that's the other point. For those who are cabinet ministers, you expect them to know a lot of the happenings, around the, within that some of the ministries that they are being moved to. So, for instance, you expect Opon-Nkrumah to know a lot more about the Works and Housing Ministry. You don't expect it to take him a long time to be able to adjust. Mohamed Amin Adams, well, he is, in the Finance Ministry, so you don't expect him to take a long time to adjust. Now, Lydia Seriam Al-Hassan is moving into Sanitation and Water Resources. We know what is expected of that ministry, and as a member of Parliament, I don't know which committee she serves on, but this is the other point. You would expect her to move in with her own vision, and the president would have told them. This is one of the things, and Kojo, you make the point. What I do know is that whenever the president is appointing or moving you, he would give you a reason. So he probably would tell you why I want you to move to this particular ministry, what I want you to achieve in that particular ministry. So before you get there, and these are not deputy ministers, these are substantive ministers. Bernard Okoboy, and Bernard Okoboy in 2020 was made deputy health minister, and in 2024 is being made health minister. After the elections, he lost his seat in Lejokuku, so he didn't come back as a deputy minister. He became the CEO of the National Health Insurance Authority. This is it. Because the president, in appointing Kweku Agyeman-Menu, said one of the main reasons he appointed him was for him to go and turn around the National Health Insurance Authority and the scheme within the health ministry. If you have somebody from the National Health Insurance Authority taking over again as health minister, you probably can reasonably infer that is a continuation of what the president thought of when he appointed Kweku Agyeman-Menu. What would he do? Well, we would find out. December 7, opportunity to rebuild nation. And that's according to the NDC. The NDC yesterday had a press conference. We'll bring you some of the sound bites later on. They've talked about what they expect from the government. They said that the government, all the promises they've made, some of them are just old promises. Some are, actually promises that John Mahama has made. But if they are serious, implement those promises now. And tensions flare at protests for football reforms. I don't know whether you followed.
I did.
My man was Alhaji Karim Gruza.
I didn't expect that, so it was a pleasant surprise to see a club owner also join Save Ghana Football.
He actually makes a point, which for me is very important. He says, where is under 17, under 20? And that today, if you're not associated in any way to the FA president, you don't get a chance to play for our junior teams.
Oh, wow.
That's something we should be investigating. If true, that should cease. I think it's about time we stopped the practice of having, this whole system of having club owners and what have you being FA presidents. Because they just go in there, and as we have seen happening, some of them just go in there and help their cronies.
So this whole mafia thing around surrounding football that's going up, you hear, it's still very much in existence.
Oh, it's true.
And this is 2024.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, the Ghanaian Times newspaper also has the story of the reshuffle, so I'm not going to go there. I rather want to share this story about a driver who's been remanded for stabbing a passenger over, guess how much? 50 pesos change. 50 pesos change. He's been treated, but he possibly could also go through surgery. So it's a 51-year-old trotro driver who did this, and in Ashaman, and the Ashaman Circuit Court has remanded him in police custody. That's one of the stories in the Ghanaian Times. This other one, a total of 254,753 human immune deficiency virus persons are currently on highly active antiretroviral therapy. The reason I'm mentioning the story is because Ghana is marking 20 years of HIV antiretroviral treatment. Our first diagnosed case was in 1986. I think we've come a very long way, but we still do have challenges, even though now people can live long because of the medications. The director of the Ghana Health Service, the Director General, Dr. Patrick Kuma Abuaji, has been highlighting some of the challenges. He talked about stigma and discrimination towards individuals living with HIV, and ensuring the sustainability of the drugs and the programs that HIV patients are put on. Adequate funding and healthcare infrastructure still persist. Okay, one more story, maybe two more in the Ghanaian Times. Report sexual harassment at the workplace, a call by the Industrial and Commercial Workers Union, that's the ICU Ghana. They've asked workers who experience sexual harassment at their respective workplace to report the act to appropriate authorities for action. And they say it creates psychological anxiety and stress for victims, and if ignored, can result in high cost for the companies through loss of productivity, low worker morale, absenteeism, and staff turnover. Okay, I think that will be it, because the paper also has the story about hundreds protest over state of Ghana football.
And the finder for this morning, the new finder, says Ghana spent $3 million at AFCON 2023.
$3 what?
$1 million.
Wow.
$3 million. We actually budgeted $8 million, spent $3 million.
How much are we asking for from the IMF again?
Oh, we've asked for $1 billion. This one we spent $3 million.
Yeah, but that's still a significant
a
amount
lot
just
of
on
money.
Football, and we got out of the group stage. Like we really didn't do anything.
A lot of money. Other countries, there are countries that actually budgeted $2.1 million for the whole tournament.
Is this a country that's going through an economic situation we're still trying to recover?
Tell me more about
We're in crisis, and we spend $3 million on what? Just the Black Stars.
Yes.
Going to AFCON.
Yes.
Exiting.
Yes.
At the group stages.
You're right.
Amazing.
Reshuffle has come too late, according to the minority. There are some who agree. Hundreds of soccer enthusiasts demonstrate to demand reforms in Ghana football, and talks about the big shake-up. Comes with the photographs of Okujo Ponkroma, Fatima Abubakar, Bernard Okuboy, Mohamed Amin Adams, and Martin Ejay Mensah Kosa, and Lydia Seyram Al-Hassan.
All right, the Daily Guide puts it this way. Nana flies out after Val's Day reshuffle. NPP commends Akufo-Addo for ministerial shake-up. And yesterday, the General Secretary of the party, who publicly talked about a reshuffle back in December, was happy about the change. One of the biggest talking points, even though a formal letter has not been issued yet, is the possible new appointment of Ken Ofori-Atta. And the question has been, aren't we giving him an even
special
more powerful
envoy
role?
to Abrofusika?
Anyway, let's go for the online news review.
It is brought to us by Zenith Bank in your best interest and Goyle Good Energy.
So what do you do when you run out of fuel in your vehicle? Do you just stop up anywhere? Well, don't do that. Let's introduce you to the Good Energy family and why you must be part. First of all, know that Goyle's Super XP Ron 95 and the Diesel XP are the best quality fuels with high performance in town for your vehicle, and the Goyle Super XP Ron 95 is also a high grade fuel sold at same price as normal fuel, and the Goyle Diesel XP is also low in sulfur, making it an eco-friendly option for your vehicle. And they have over 440 stations across the nation. Please join the family that rewards you with quality for an energized driving experience. Goyle Good Energy. Goyle Yen Ara Yedim.
Okay then. So, on myjoyonline.com this morning, celebrate Valentine's Day with these nostalgic classic Ghanaian songs. That's a post from a couple of days ago, actually, which still seems to be getting clicks. But today, 10 months is enough time to make an impact. And that's the General Secretary of the NPP saying so. And timing of ministerial reshuffling problematic, according to Kojum PNE. More details as we get into the discussion on the show later. Right now, though, it's time for the BBC News, brought to us by Fidelity Bank, believe with us, and Old Mutual, 10 years of greatness in Ghana, here for a lifetime.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Want to feel energized for more? Fuel up with Super XP Ron 95 and Diesel XP high performance products from Goyle. Our high grade fuel comes at no extra cost, but with more power. And our Diesel XP, it's low in sulfur, making it an eco-friendly option for your vehicle. Experience high performance and quality with our products. Available everywhere. Choose Super XP Ron 95 and Diesel XP for an energizing driving experience. Good energy.
Great news is here. Batmat is here again. XXL clearance sale. Guaranteed savings. From now till the end of April, the big sale continues. Get discounts of up to 70% off sanitary wares, light tiles, waterproofing, and all other product families. It's the year to get things done. Visit our showroom at the North Industrial Area next to the Winners Chapel, Ghana. Don't miss out. Batmat, welcome home.
It's a century of safeguarding dreams with Enterprise Insurance. In the spirit of our 100th anniversary, Enterprise Insurance revs it up with Yafinia Motor Promotion. One lucky winner will cruise around in a sleek brand new Nissan Kicks SUV. First and second runner-ups will jet off to Dubai for an all-expense paid escape. Renew or get your vehicle insurance between January and June 2024 and win free fuel coupons. Monthly raffle draws give you cool gadgets like laptops, Samsung phones, microwaves, gas cooker, tabletop fridge, and many more. Enterprise Insurance Yafinia Motor Promotion is on at all our branches. Call your broker or agent to buy or renew your motor insurance and make history with Enterprise Insurance at 100. Celebrating our legacy, securing your future. Time-tested, truly trusted. That's the Enterprise Advantage. Terms and conditions apply. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
Enterprise, your advantage.
Things are looking up on this side.
When you upgrade to the enhanced GCB mobile app, you start doing more with ease.
Create a GCB instant account easily and conveniently with your GCB mobile app and start sending and receiving funds. All you need is your Ghana card.
Pay your bills, subscriptions and fees to multiple merchants safe and secure.
Charlie, tap the app. Open a GCB instant account and experience the recoded vibe.
You're able to top up on all types of ECG prepaid meters with their special card readers and keep the power on. No worries, no stress.
With GCB mobile app, you can also generate prepaid and virtual cards to use on ATM machines, POS devices, and for online transactions.
Well, I pay my subscriptions and fees with my GCB mobile app conveniently.
GCB mobile app. Download now from Google Play Store or Apple Store. Upgrade your style. GCB Bank. Your bank for life.
Agents and industry experts about how they joined the 10-figure club and what it takes to get there.
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Hello, welcome to Newsday on the BBC World Service with Luke Jones and Victoria Uwanhunda.
France and Germany become the latest countries to urge the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu not to press ahead with a ground offensive in the southern city of Rafah in Gaza. So why is he insistent on it taking place?
We've a report from a part of Ukraine which has seen some of the fiercest fighting on the conflict's eastern front.
Also, how more than half the members of the security alliance of NATO are meeting their spending targets in 2024.
Also ahead, the conflict in eastern DRC rages on. Can stability be achieved? And there are more concerns over the future of the Amazon rainforest.
We also have sport and business and so many other stories. But first, the latest BBC World News.
Hello, I'm Neil Nunes with the BBC News. President Biden has said the shooting at the Super Bowl victory parade in Kansas City should shock and shame Americans into acting on gun control. Police in the state of Missouri have arrested 3 men after at least one person was killed and more than 20 others wounded. Gunfire erupted as fans celebrated the victory of the Kansas City Chiefs. More from Will Vernon.
The investigation is still ongoing, but early reports indicated the shooting was not terror-related. Many of the injured are in a critical condition. One local hospital said it was treating 9 children for gunshot wounds. President Biden said he and his wife Jill were praying for those killed and injured and called on Americans to find the resolve to end what he called the senseless epidemic of gun violence.
The Republican chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, Mike Turner, has warned of a serious national security threat to the United States. U.S. reports say it relates to a Russian attempt to develop a space-based nuclear weapon. Taiwan has defended its action after 2 people on a Chinese speedboat died when their vessel overturned while trying to flee a Taiwanese Coast Guard ship. The incident happened near Kinmen Island, close to the Chinese mainland. Details from Stephen MacDonald.
According to Taiwan's Coast Guard, 4 Chinese fishermen illegally entered Taiwanese waters on board a speedboat.
An official statement said that the Coast Guard immediately requested that the boat submit to an inspection, but it resisted and capsized as it sped away. 2 of the crew were rescued and have been taken to Kinmen Island for questioning, but 2 others died after being found unconscious. The Chinese government has condemned the deaths. Zhu Fenglian, spokesman for China's Taiwan Affairs Office, called for an immediate inquiry and said the malignant incident severely harmed the feelings of compatriots on both sides of the Taiwan Strait.
A rocket has blasted off from Cape Canaveral in Florida carrying a robotic lander for a touchdown on the moon. The privately owned Nova C lander is carrying NASA instruments to study the lunar surface. We get more details from our science reporter, Georgina Ranard.
It has around a 9-day journey to get to the moon. That's really the crucial part and where previous missions have failed. The Odysseus is going to try and land about 188 kilometers from the exact point of the South Pole. It's such a prize because they suspect there may be water, frozen water, stored there. And if this mission is successful and they do land, Intuitive Machines and NASA are hoping to have a second mission later this year where they will try and drill to see if there is frozen water there. And that would obviously help prove further elements about scientific exploration of the surface.
This is the latest world news from the BBC. Kyiv and other Ukrainian cities have come under attack from Russian missiles. The mayor of the capital, Vitaly Klitschko, said air defense systems were working and urged residents to stay in shelters. Explosions have been reported there and in the western city of Lviv. Air alerts were issued across Ukraine after Russian strategic bombers took to the air. Japan has unexpectedly fallen into a recession after its economy shrank for 2 quarters in a row. Japanese households have been struggling with the rising cost of living and stagnant wages. Shama Khalil has the details.
Market watchers had expected the new data to show that Japan's GDP would grow more than 1% in the 4th quarter of 2023. Instead, it contracted by a worse-than-expected 0.4%. The figures announced by Japan's Cabinet Office indicate that the country may lose its status as the world's 3rd largest economy to Germany. Experts say that was due to the weakness of the Japanese yen against the dollar.
African leaders are gathering in the Ethiopian capital Addis Ababa for their annual summit. The African Union meeting is being held as several conflicts rage on the continent. The war in Sudan and violence in the Democratic Republic of Congo are likely to feature at the top of the agenda. The West African regional bloc ECOWAS is also expected to hold a sideline meeting about Senegal's decision to postpone presidential elections. Greece could become the first Christian Orthodox majority country to legalize same-sex marriage when its parliament votes on the measure later today. But about a third of the MPs belonging to the centre-right government are expected to rebel, so the bill will need opposition support to pass. Public views are divided, with one poll showing just a slim majority in favour of same-sex marriage. BBC News.
Thank you for that news. Hello and welcome to Newsday with Luke Jones and Victoria Owonhunda. Thank you for joining us. Well, these are some of the stories we are looking at this morning. Conflicts and wars in both Gaza and Ukraine. Japan falls into a recession and a dire warning of consequences from the world pressures in the Amazon rainforest. Do stay with us. That and more here on BBC World Service with Newsday.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Hello, Ghana. I've got great news for you. After 26 years of academic excellence globally, Botho University is now in Ghana, offering degree programs in health information management, cybersecurity and risk management, software engineering, network security, and computer forensics. Admissions are ongoing for January 2024 with up to 50% scholarship for the first 150 students. We offer flexible payment terms, internship opportunities, and experiential exchange programs with our sister campuses. Pick up your admission form today at our East Legon campus near ANC Mall or call 0302-523-782 or WhatsApp 020-990-4714 for more information. Botho University, vibrance, innovation, impact.
We've got red hot deals at Oka Decor this Valentine season. Set the mood and express your love with exclusive decor, gifts, accessories, and much more from Oka. Enjoy red hot deals from now until 17th February. Make someone feel special. Visit Oka Decor at Accra Mall and on Spintex Road this Valentine.
Honey, I know you're a bit hard up now, so I've decided to sell the gold necklace you bought for me, so at least we can pay our rent.
Wow, that's so nice of you. But you see, there's just one problem though. The necklace, is actually not real gold.
So it's not real gold, it's real what?
It looks like gold, but it's actually fake.
So all this while I've been walking around thinking there's real gold on my neck, not knowing it's galamsey chain.
Honey, I'm so sorry.
Oh, sorry for yourself. No wonder you're broke. You continue being broke, sir.
Don't wait till a rainy day to realize you've been played. Times are hard. Invest right. Invest with iVest, the smart fixed-term investment account from Isway that gives you real value. iVest, real returns for real people. Call Isway now on 0302-208-222 or text iVest to 4993 to get started. Isway, your trusted financial solutions partner. Isway is a member of the Ghana Deposit Protection Corporation.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Casa Records, Mr. Rap, you know what I'm saying? That's right. Rock Stone, keep it on. Keep it on. Keep it on. You're Reggie Rock Stone. Yes, out, yo. You don't stop. Keep on. Stone. Keep your eyes on the road. Yeah. Africa, 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 Africa. Ghana. Keep your eyes big shout out to Kumasi. Accra in effect. It's Rock Stone. That's right. Yeah. DJ Rap. It's Rock Stone.
Do I make myself clear?
Yeah.
Do I make myself clear?
Yeah.
Then clap your hands like there was a million mosquitoes in here. Jump like you was some crazy frontier. Party people, show me how you feeling back there. Do you wanna party boogie? Then get out your chair. The big baby began to shake a red. Call me whatever you want, but don't call me Seth. Black Musketeer, I swear, I do declare. This year definitely my year. So cheer, cause that's all the boy really wanna hear. But beware, no fear. I see the jealousy everywhere. I work for myself, so you can't tell me nothing. Now who's laughing? I told you the plan, kid. You thought I was bluffing. Never say die till the bones are right. I dropped one album, now everybody rapping it.
to be Ghanaian. Reggie
Alhaji
Rockstone.
K. Frimpong.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is probably the first hip life song or the first hip life album.
I think,
like
perhaps.
proper hip life album.
Yes.
Because when Reggie Rockstone came with Plan Bang was all like, rap and everything, but the rhythm was still hip hop and all.
Although this might have been Reggie's second.
This is Reggie's second album,
but you feel like this is the first true hip life
album.
So
when you ask Reggie, he probably will say that. People say, "Oh, I didn't bring up hip life," but when I did the first one and called it hip life, everybody was still following what I was doing.
Yeah.
You rapping on a hip hop beat or something. Then I came out with this one, which is like high life rhythm with a rap on it. Yeah. So that's more like this is the hip life.
I see where you're going with it.
Yeah. But you know Kaboom.
Oh, it's okay.
No, do you know Kaboom?
I know Kaboom, which is why I'm saying it's okay.
But that's the father.
Alhaji
K. Frimpong is the father of Kaboom.
Is that so?
Yes.
Never did I know.
Yes, that's what I wanted to tell you.
Thank you for
Stay with Reggie.
I know I didn't want to remind you of your dancing days. That's nothing. Something that I want.
So you can't tell me nothing. Now who's laughing? I told you the plan, kid. You thought I was bluffing. Never say
Hey, some people say they didn't get delivery on Valentine's Day, but 9 months from now, they will.
When I'm talking, don't care if you drive a truck, see glass on you walking. Respect yourself, cause I'm watching.
You must be careful because for those of us who are born in November, all things being equal.
This is what your parents were up to. You have very romantic parents.
Oh, I'm not sure in those days Valentine was as popular as it is today.
Happy Valentine's Day.
But
come and see me in Chambers for your present. Sana, the present was Winston.
Oh, no. I'm certainly not my parents' firstborn.
I didn't say you were their firstborn.
They were married, so official children. No problem.
But that one didn't happen in Chambers.
I'm not sure. The Chambers that you are referring to. Come and see me in Chambers is Ulterior.
But, please.
Well, Samuel Mbura, we're told, gave some goats.
Distributed a few goats.
Yes. I like him.
Yeah, but I mean, several goods to several recipients.
No, I like him.
Including your sister.
Oh, that's good.
Yes.
Because he's actually doing the Lord's work.
By sharing goods.
Yeah. He's my in-law. His wife is from my village, Mpoho. That's not in doubt.
Well, Mbura himself has been casting doubt over that claim.
Oh, no.
As he walks around the building, attempting to serenade people's daughters. He very often raises questions about the provenance of this marriage you keep hearing.
Please, don't destroy my in-law. Let us...
He's right here.
No. That's why I say I am defending Samuel Mbura.
Hey, what a job.
He's not gone anywhere. I'm defending him.
Samuel Mbura.
Good. So now we can actually talk about what's coming up today, including the NDC. Now, yesterday they addressed the press. They've been talking about Dr. Bawumia. Listen.
We submit to you that Bawumia has a massive vision deficit and cannot be compared to John Mahama in any way, shape, or form. 2. Responsibility deficits. By way of running away from poor policies while taking credit for the good things done, who else is Dr. Bawumia not able to betray and throw under the bus? If you can betray the man who overlooked other very qualified party officials to pick you an outsider who was not even a party person as running mate, then no one is safe under Bawumia. A Judas cannot be entrusted with the leadership of Ghana. Need I say more? It is a notorious fact that John Dramani Mahama is the experienced, tried, and tested visionary nation builder and the leader Ghana needs to fix the mess and the avoidable socio-economic hardship and pain that this MPP government has visited on the good people of Ghana. Therefore, Ghanaians cannot wait to see the back of this incompetent and clueless MPP government from office come December 7, 2024. The MPP has done enough damage to families through the destruction of livelihoods, financial haircuts, unprecedented unemployment, etc. There is no time for a trial and error president because Ghana is in a deep hole and Ghanaians are suffering. Ghanaians opted for a try-me president and running mate in 2016, and the verdict has been a total catastrophe. Ghanaians already know that John Mahama, as chairman of the economic management team under President Atta Mills, achieved single-digit inflation for over 30 continuous months.
Yeah.
Well,
General himself.
The campaign season heating up, and this is to be expected. The fact is that today, if we were to ask the people around that the economy is how you feel in your pocket, the state of the economy is how you feel in your pocket, and if you were to ask them how they felt in their pocket, they tell you that times are hard. So you would ask the next question, can you trust Dr. Bawumia to be the man to get you out of these difficult times? Well, his latest vision, the NDC says these are a rehash of old, policies, and also some of them from John Dramani Mahama. But they also say, if you really care about the people, implement them now. Now, I'll take the if you really care about the people, implement them now. One of the things I'd want to see, even though in this year, we've talked about, our fiscal, we've already have our budget approved by Parliament. In 2022, in the heat of the IMF program, we budgeted some 6.9 billion to be realized from e-levy. We didn't get it, eventually.
It was a massive miscalculation.
I expect the new finance minister, and I expect Akufo-Addo himself to begin the implementation of some of the, particularly the tax cuts that, or the tax that Bawumia talks about abolition now.
Do you know what? That's a reasonable expectation, but I don't think it'll happen. I don't think it'll happen because little by little, we are seeing evidence that this administration and their approach to managing the economy is nothing like what was advertised. And it was advertised by Bawumia, let's be fair. He's the one who, in the run-up to elections, was doing all the communication about the economy, right? So what was advertised is very different from Akufo-Addo's vision. What he's implementing is very different from what Bawumia said. So if today Bawumia is saying something else, he's saying things like scrap this tax, remove that tax, I expect that Akufo-Addo's vision will be still very different. And since he is still the one who must pull the trigger if any tax will be abolished, I don't expect it to happen. I would be very surprised if it happens. And look, let's be real. He doesn't have anything to lose. He really doesn't. What do you think, that it's his party, so he will want his party to win? Really?
Well,
if his party loses, what does he lose?
Kojo, if Akufo-Addo's vision was to move from taxation to production, then Akufo-Addo's vision, Bawumia's vision, is also moving away from taxation to production.
If Akufo-Addo's vision was to move from taxation to
production.
Was it?
It was.
Was it?
I'm going to make a point. It was, because when the NPP assumed office in 2017, and Bawumia himself makes those points, that they abolished taxes.
Yes, several of them.
Then he goes ahead to make the point. And I remember in April 2022, Bawumia saying, because of the challenges we find ourselves in. Now, listen, I have read Bawumia's vision statement. Fantastic. There are some of the things that we've said in the past, and so you want to know how he intends to achieve them. And so I'm waiting patiently for his manifesto to actually learn how. The how is what is very important right now. Just as I said about John Mahama's 24-hour economy, and I said I wanted to see how he intends to implement that. I would give Bawumia the benefit of the doubt. I wouldn't jump and say, oh, same old story. No, wait for how he intends to achieve that. And Bawumia himself made the point that because of the challenges we found ourselves in post COVID-19, Russia, Ukraine, the quadruple whammy, banking sector, and the so that's where we find ourselves. And so now you'd have to raise more. What has changed today and what will change in 2025? A lot of things are changing. Baumia estimates that $24 billion is not collected in revenue in this country. In fact, the Ghana, our own policy, the medium-term revenue strategy document, indicates that there's a gap, efficiency gap of 61% when it comes to the collection of VAT. And an additional 81% when it comes to the collection of income tax, CIT. Why then should I suffer paying all these additional indirect taxes? I say, if we want to do it, we can do it and do it now.
It's not about whether it can be done. And by the way, I completely agree that it should be done now. It should. I'm saying it won't. I'm saying it won't because we have a president who has proved to us over and over again that that's not where his mind is. That's not how he sees things. His priority of priorities are different. So I don't expect it to happen. I would be shocked if it happened.
I sort of agree with you. I mean, it's clear now that the president's vision is not Dr. Baumia's vision.
No.
It's absolutely clear. Otherwise, with an opportunity, even though people talk about the timing and the effectiveness of this reshuffle, we still will not have 86 ministers. There would have been something to say that I am aligning with what Dr. Baumia said, and I stand with him.
No such
That's why I sort of question if they're all on the same page in terms of the determination to break the 8.
Well, just think about it. What does Nana Akufo-Addo lose if the MPP doesn't win in the next election? You think about it. Think about it. Today, of course, we're talking about the reshuffle. What's the game here? If this is chess, what move has the president just played? And how will the country benefit from it? We assess it all today. Stay with us.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the super morning show. Yeah. Wake up to joy.
And the College of Medicine and Allied Sciences is a degree awarding institution offering Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery using the Graduate Entry Medical Program, Bachelor of Diagnostic Imaging, BSc Health Information Management. All these programs are accredited by the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission. At Comas, we pride ourselves in our innovative bilingual curriculum that prepares you to consult in French, and as a graduate with an entrepreneurial, research and ethical mindset. Admissions are currently ongoing for all SHS graduates who wish to obtain a first degree in Health Information Management, SHS Science students wishing to gain a degree in Bachelor of Diagnostic Imaging, and graduates with science backgrounds who wish to accomplish their dream of becoming medical doctors. So contact us now on 0208 456 556 or send us an email info@comas.edu.gh. Comas, the citadel of a holistic professional medical education.
And as a business owner, you know insurance is incredibly important. When you have a business, you're not only responsible for your livelihood and goods, but also that of your customers and staff. SIC Insurance PLC has a full array of insurance policies for your business, which covers property. We're talking building, workmen's compensation, key persons, that's professionals, also motor public liability, business interruption, and more. Potentially disastrous situations can be prevented with the right insurance cover. That's why we encourage you to talk to SIC Insurance today. Call them on 0800 1000 55 or 0302 823 100, and you will be glad you did. SIC Insurance, our promises are sacred.
All right, a poorly maintained car engine can age faster, and that is why Total Energies offers specially formulated quartz engine oil with age resistance technology. It's a breakthrough that ensures optimal performance in your engine and, of course, improves protection against mechanical wear by up to 74%, even under extreme temperatures and pressures. Choosing quartz from Total Energies is choosing the engine oil that keeps your engine running efficiently and effectively. Quartz, keep your engine younger for longer.
So get the best returns on your investment. Invest with iVest, a secured fixed-term investment from Izwe that offers so much more with a minimum of 5,000 Ghana cedis over a minimum period of 3 months. Increase your earnings by investing over a maximum period of 12 months. Times are hard, so invest right. Open an iVest account today and invest your way to massive wealth. iVest, real value for real people. Call Izwe now on 0596 914 843 or text iVest, that's IVEST, to 4993 to get started. Izwe, your trusted financial solutions partner. Izwe is a member of the Ghana Deposit Protection Corporation.
And you know, sometimes the smartest move could be getting a loan so you can invest that money. And you can get a loan of up to 450,000 Ghana cedis from Fidelity Bank, and you will get a reward as well. So switch your existing salaried loan to Fidelity Bank or get a new personal loan and enjoy the lowest fixed interest rate, repayment holiday option, also guaranteed fixed monthly repayments or installments. Don't miss this offer. Call Fidelity on 0800 003355 or simply walk into any Fidelity Bank branch today and let them help you achieve that dream.
All right, don't forget to go to kingdomstoreonline.com. Just go there once today and check out the amazing office essentials, equipment, and furniture that's available for you to buy and enjoy with your cash. All right, and of course, don't forget you get free delivery if you're in Accra or Tema. Terms and conditions apply. Pay via Momo across all networks. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks.
And Toyota users, get ready for a revolution. If you want your Toyota engine to function optimally, then there's only one choice: Toyota Genuine Motor Oil. Now, the Toyota Genuine Motor Oil has been rigorously tested and proven to be the best oil for your Toyota engine, specially crafted to keep your Toyota engine running smoothly and efficiently. The Toyota Genuine Oil is available at all Toyota Ghana branches across the nation. Nothing makes your engine happier than Toyota Genuine Motor Oil. For bulk purchase or distribution, contact Toyota Ghana on 0302 429801. Toyota, superior quality.
And SG Bank is reminding you to start the new year with easy and secure movement with SG Ghana. Get reliable motor insurance and receive free fuel for your car. Buy or renew your Sound Drive insurance with SG Ghana from now till the 31st of March and get free fuel of up to 500 Ghana cedis for your trips. It's time to hit the road with reliable insurance plus free fuel. Visit any SG Ghana branch today and get the cover you need for your car plus free fuel to take you places. Sound Drive plan is underwritten by Allianz Insurance. Terms and conditions apply. Societe Generale Ghana. The future is you.
All right, if you can't wait to visit family and friends in London, well, now you don't have to. Isn't that nice? That's because of British Airways and their flights that go 10 times a week to 2 different airports. So you can either go to London Heathrow or to Gatwick Airport. Treat yourself to British Airways' Club World and experience exceptional levels of comfort and service. Club World comes with a seat that reclines into a fully flat bed and offers you a premium dining experience. Oh, and of course you can fly World Traveller Plus and enjoy a quieter, more spacious cabin. Fly British Airways and experience the best of British hospitality on your journey to London. Don't wait, book now at ba.com.
And you know, every time we eat, food and sugars are trapped between our teeth, leading to tooth decay, gum disease, and in some cases, foul breath. Well, brushing your teeth every morning and night with Pepsodent Charcoal and Pepsodent Herbal Toothpaste is the way to go. Pepsodent Charcoal is made of a fine blend of fluoride with a unique combination of natural charcoal, lemon, mint, and zinc to whiten your teeth, strengthen them, and remove bad odor from your mouth. Pepsodent Charcoal White gently polishes away tooth stains and naturally restores your bright smile. For our herbal lovers, try Pepsodent Herbal Toothpaste, which is infused with a unique blend of green tea and herbal extracts formulated to repair and protect your gums while giving an all-round cooling sensation. Pepsodent Herbal releases, repairs, and protects gum tissues while giving you strong teeth. Always remember to brush your teeth in the morning and before you sleep at night. Pepsodent is recommended by the Ghana Dental Association, and it gives you the opportunity to talk to a dentist for free on toll-free number 0800 161 000. You can get Pepsodent at any shop near you. Call our customer care center on 0800 2030. Pepsodent, every smile matters.
And save the date for the 4th edition of the Omnibusik Bank Health Walk, which is happening on Saturday, March 2nd, 2024, at the forecourt of the State House from 5:30 a.m. The walk will start from the forecourt of the State House through to the principal street of Accra and back to the same venue for aerobics and fun-packed activities. So keep the date open, and participation is completely free. So come with your friends and family. Let's promote a healthier community. Remember, the date is Saturday, March 2nd, and it's the Omnibusik Bank Health Walk. Better health starts here. For more information, kindly call the contact center on 0307 086 000 or 0302 758 555, or you can also call the toll-free number 0800 100 790. Omnibusik Bank at your service.
Well, we're always at your service. We've got sports coming up, birthdays, and so much more on the Super Morning Show. Stay with us. We're back after these messages.
Imagine strutting into the most anticipated wedding of the year, only to see 7 other girls wearing your exact same outfit.
You are special and one of a kind, and that's why whether it's voice, data, or SMS, you get to enjoy personalized offers tailored to your specific needs with MTN Just For You. Dial *141# or select your options on the My MTN app to redeem your unique Just For You package on Ghana's best mobile network. MTN.
Have you ever thought of the one that makes you complete? An escape from the clutches of interest charges. With the Standard Chartered Visa debit and credit cards, payments are completed at the speed of light, intertwined with interest earning accounts. You also get unbelievable rewards every time you swipe. You have access to over 1,200 airport lounges worldwide, high credit limits of up to 100,000 Ghana cedis, and up to 50 days interest-free with our credit cards. You also get to enjoy full multi-trip travel insurance for 90 days. Fees discounted at your feet with our globally partnered merchant points. Bills are always settled, not battled. Get the Standard Chartered debit and credit card now. Call toll-free on 0800 740 100 or 0302 740 100, or reach us via email on feedback.ghana@sc.com. Standard Chartered, here for good.
Alrighty then, birthday messages on the Super Morning Show are brought to you by MTN, everywhere you go, and Bank of Africa, the African bank with global reach. Bank of Africa, as strong as a group,
as close as a partner. And today is the 12th birthday of Inshraba Kweku Lord Mensa, and that's the son of Professor Lord Mensa. So happy birthday to you, Kweku. Inshraba Kweku Lord Mensa. He says, we thank God for the continuous preservation of life, and also happy birthday to Alice Ofair of Standard Chartered Bank Head Office, from your husband, Dr. Ofair, and the children to you.
All right, it's a happy birthday to Esther Somani of GRA Kumasi, wife of the Deputy Director General of the NSA, our adorable queen and ma'am, may Allah bless your new age with abundant good health, good wealth, long life, and prosperity.
All right, well, I've got one here. It says, happy birthday to Esther Sumani.
Done.
Oh, is that the one that was just done? Yeah. Okay. Mama V, I've stolen my Tandai.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Okay, so a couple of birthdays to acknowledge. First of all, happy birthday to Rita Bella Isiunam, to Julius Brown, to Ama Pino, famous singer of Marriott's
band.
Yes. Ama Pino, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Della Evans, to Cornelius Latte, Dixon Dovlo, Nick Nene, Awudu Bukari Kabore, Atese Vic Ntoni Dankwa, Kingsley Asiedu, Sheila Akafor, Nana Kweku Ntefukum, the first, Prince Badudu Na Akushika Alote, Lydia Yankson, and Francis Mensah. Happy birthday to all of you. Isn't that nice? Okay then, so
let's get into the Sports Center,
which is brought to you by
MTN.
Everywhere you go. Standard Chartered Bank.
Here for good.
And Twisco Energy Food Drink from Promacidor Company Limited. Twisco, power your dream.
So welcome to your future designed exclusively to propel women-led businesses to the next level. Are you a female entrepreneur developing technology or leveraging technology? Well, the Standard Chartered Women in Tech Incubator Program offers specialized mentoring, mini MBA business courses, curated networks, tailored master classes, and seed funding to help you unlock unimaginable business growth. The program is implemented by Ashesi University's Ghana Climate Innovation Center. Please apply now to the Standard Chartered Women in Tech program and benefit. Visit the website scwomenintechgh.com or the Standard Chartered Bank Ghana social media pages for more information. Application deadline is 29th February 2024.
Well, you know, we all have those days when you're low on everything, in energy, time, cash, and even airtime and data. Well, that's why MTN Extra Time is an airtime and data advanced service that allows you to make calls or browse the internet even when you have insufficient balance. All you need to do is dial star 506 hash, go through the prompts and select the amount of airtime or data that you need. It's more than simple. Doing your favorite things on MTN means you don't get interrupted when you're low on airtime or data. Please remember, terms and conditions apply. Fentu, Tahiru, Fentu.
Hello, Winston. Good morning to you and good morning to all of you. Welcome aboard to the Joy Sports Center with me, Fentu, Tahiru Fentu. Coming up this morning, all the latest from yesterday's demonstration from the conveners of Save Ghana Football. Also, Sports Minister Mustafa Yusuf confirmed to Parliament they spent $3 million in the group stages of the just ended AFCON. All of that to come here. Plus, you wait for Champions League action from last night. All right, let's settle for details now. There's only one place to begin from. Yesterday, hundreds of Ghanaians attended the Save Ghana Football demonstration here in Accra to protest the declining state of the sport. Protesters are calling for significant reforms in football governance to revive what they describe as a dying industry. Joy Sports' Daniel Cranting reports.
Worn out, frustrated and plainly disgusted by the state of Ghana football, protesters at the Save Ghana Football demonstration hooted at the Deputy Sports Minister, Ivan Tupoku Bobie, together with officials of the Ghana Football Association as they came forward to receive the petition by the conveners of the demonstration. A 15-point petition was also presented to the Speaker of Alban Bagbin after a long march which had hundreds of football-loving fans join in. The march began at the Obra Sport at Kwame Nkrumah Circle and ended up at the Black Star Square before protesters proceeded to the Parliament House. One of the conveners, Christopher Nimley, said the large numbers present on the day is testament to the dissatisfaction football fans have with the current state of the game.
My brother, this is massive. We never thought, but Ghanaians have shown that yes, indeed, they love their football. We are not only going to change sports or football, we are changing sports in general. After this, If you find yourself in big positions and you don't listen, then the people of Ghana will come for you. I don't know what again you have to see or hear to get you to transform the way you've been thinking. We want a complete 360 turn around 360, and we are going to save our football and save every other sport in this country.
That's one of the conveners of the Save Ghana Football demonstration, Christopher Nimley, ending that report by Daniel Krantz saying, and there was immediate response to the petition from Parliament. The Majority Chief Whip, Frank Anodonpre, says critical actions must be taken to salvage Ghana football.
I must emphasize that it cannot be business as usual. That critical action that must be taken, and I look back and see my friend minister. I want to be charitable in terms of the commentary. But it cannot be business as usual. Because we are all, the effects of football on our economy cannot be overemphasized. So football has an interface on the economy. It has an interface on many aspects of our lives. We are all concerned. And let nobody think that it is you against us. We are all concerned about the matter.
That is Sawam Aidwejre MP also added that the government must bring the GFA to order, even if it means facing FIFA sanctions.
Let's all accept it, and we must be humble enough to accept that there's something wrong with the running of our senior national team, the Black Stars. Yes, I agree there should be some reform. But we must be specific on what we want to do. Speaker, I dare say that even if we have to interfere to attract the sanction of FIFA, we've heard about that. If we interfere in football administration, FIFA is going to sanction us, and what? If that is what we should come to, if push come to shove, we must do it to safeguard the sport. It is all we have.
Majority Chief Whip are not dumb right there. Meanwhile, the Minister for Youth and Sports, Mustafa Yusuf himself, was in Parliament yesterday. He says there will be a national dialogue to come up with policies to arrest the poor performances of the national teams.
Mr. Speaker, the Black Star performance in the last major tournament where Ghana exits at the group stage of all these three major tournaments, notwithstanding government continuous huge investment in the team, is not acceptable. The Ministry of Youth and Sports is aware of disappointments among the Ghanaian populace and therefore intend to put measures that will lead to the national dialogue of all stakeholders to come out with modern and inclusive way of managing our national teams.
That's the Sports Minister, Mustafa Yusuf, there. Now, remember that the Sports Ministry and the GFA's intended expenditure at the 2023 Africa Cup of Nations was one of the final pieces that really triggered yesterday's demonstration. The Sports Minister finally confirmed to Parliament that Ghana budgeted over $8.5 million for the Côte d'Ivoire tournament and spent $3 million of that money in the group stages alone.
And this was to cater for the pre-tournament stages, that is our pre-campaign stages. The tournament phase, that's the group stages, and also the 1/16 stage, quarter-finals, semi-finals, and the finals. If we have gone through all the stages up to finals, Mr. Speaker, Ghana, the estimated budget would have been $8,506,450 United States dollars. Out of this amount, an amount of $5,070,840.36 United States dollars was released by the Ministry of Finance, of which $3,070,067.81 was spent.
That's right. So they spent $3 million for 3 games that they didn't win any. That's the economics of the Black Stars. Now, the North Tonga MP, Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa, who had already put out the figures weeks ago, says there is no value for money in investing in the Black Stars.
The $3 million that we have spent for just these 3 matches is in excess of what other countries budgeted for the entire tournament. Nigeria, $1.3 million. Zambia, $2.1 million. And here we are, $3 million. No value for money. If you look at how much we spend on qualifiers, Ghana versus Angola, home and away, 7.4 million. Ghana versus Madagascar, 13.2 million. Mr. Speaker, we are throwing millions, hundreds of millions into supporting these Black Stars, and we are not getting results. Look at the state of our pitches. We don't even have a single FIFA standard pitch, not one. Youth development is gone. The local league is gone.
No lies detected from Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa on his take on Ghana football of course. But let's wrap up with Champions League action from last night.
Not enough on that pass from Anderson to Immobile, but he's wriggled through anyway. Can he find Isaacson? Can he find the net? It's deflected behind by Upamecano, but the referee has pointed to the spot, and it's a red card for Deo Upamecano. Immobile beats Neuer. Lazio 1, Bayern Munich 0.
Yeah, and that's how it ended. Ciro Immobile's penalty, the difference has Lazio shocked Bayern Munich. Bayern also lost to Leverkusen 3-0 in the Bundesliga, increasing pressure on manager Thomas Tuchel, who said his team played to lose the game yesterday.
Then we conceded a penalty and a red card from out of absolutely nothing. So first half was good, second half was not good. Lack of rhythm and a lot of individual mistakes and a lack of belief, yeah. And but only in the second half. In the first half we were clearly dominant and we were ready to win the game. And we lost it. We kind of with this performance we did everything to lose this game, which was completely in our hands.
Well, elsewhere, Kylian Mbappe marked his return from injury with a goal as PSG beat Real Sociedad 2-0. Here's the manager, Luis Enrique.
If someone tell me after the first half we are going to win 2-0, I'm going to dance 2 hours, no problem. Yes, very happy. They were pressing us very high and they kept the ball when we tried to press them, and they play long ball and we couldn't press, and it was like a nightmare. Very difficult, and when that happened, you are going to lose confidence.
That's Luis Enrique, PSG boss. And AS Roma will play away to final today in the run of 32 matches in the Europa League. AC Milan hosts Ali Dissedio Stade Rennais, while Salis Abdel-Sames Lens will play host to Daniel Kofice's Freiburg. And before we go, one person has died and 21 people wounded in a shooting in Missouri at the end of the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl victory parade. Officials said they treated 8 victims who were in immediately life-threatening condition, and even others who had suffered injuries that could prove life-threatening. And elsewhere in Kenya, their star athlete Sarah Chepchirchir has been handed an 8-year ban after the former Tokyo Marathon winner was found to have violated anti-doping regulations for the second time. She's 39 and had returned an adverse analytical finding for testosterone in a sample collected at the marathon in Thailand back in November. So doping proving to be a pandemic, really, among Kenyan athletes. That's all the sports this morning on the Joy Sports Center. My name is Fentuo, Tahir Fentuo. Back to you, Mama V.
All right, Fent. Thanks for sports. And you can log on to myjoyline.com where you would get more sports stories. Right now, though, we have to cross over to Uncle Label White for food for thought. Brought to us by Riverman Productions. Be the difference. Uncle, good morning.
Gorgeous, good morning.
Good morning. The morning after. How was yesterday?
Oh, yesterday was glorious.
Nice.
Yesterday was glorious. For both shows. Both shows failed.
Wow.
And so that is fantastic.
Wow.
Yeah. We had a great attendance, and I'm grateful to our patrons who came. Oh, by the way, the Baumiers celebrated their 20th wedding anniversary yesterday.
Exactly. Yes.
And we got a chance to celebrate it with them as well.
Oh, all right.
So, Mr. Vice President and Madam Second Lady, congratulations. And as I prayed for you, 20 more, plus 20 more, plus 20 more. So
Amen.
This one,
Amen.
We'll do it 20 for the Baumiers. And then I came home to find that a young man I know, his name is Fred Hammond, is insistent that this morning my presentation cannot go on if I do not convey his love to his wife, Susan Nana Dowona Hammond. So, Fred, I am doing your duty. Susan, Your husband virtually held a gun to my head to do this, but I do it happily. And I pray that the two of you will continue to build a great relationship.
Amen.
Dear nephew, I was very happy that you and your darling Anna Rose could make it to the National Theatre yesterday for the showing of my play Unhappy Wives, Confused Husbands. I am glad that the two of you decided to make an occasion of Valentine's Day. You see, one of the secrets to a great relationship is to build a bank of memories. The more events and programs the two of you can attend together, the bigger your memory bank becomes. The bigger your memory bank, the more solid your relationship. But more on that at another time. For now, dear nephew, let me tell you that this letter is actually not meant for you. It is meant for your darling Anna Rose. Yesterday at the National Theatre, she told me that she read the last letter I wrote to you, and she said that I seem to be more interested in making you a happy husband than I was in helping her also to be a better wife. She said she also wanted to know how she could ensure that you never fell out of love with her. So, Anna Rose, in response to your concern, here is how you can ensure that my nephew, your husband, stays in love with you for the rest of his life. Number one, men do not spell love as L-O-V-E, but as R-E-S-P-E-C-T, respect. You will remember that in my last letter to your husband, I said that women spell love as attention. In much the same way, men also spell love differently. For a man, love is respect. If you do not show respect to a man, you cannot say that you love him. Respect for your man means that you do not challenge or belittle him either in private or in public. Don't be rude to him. Don't insult him. And don't take him on when others are around. And when the children come in your marriage and they are around, don't question anything he says in their presence. A man can forgive a lot, but a man will not forgive you making him feel stupid and weak. Number two, admire and appreciate your man. Men thrive on being admired and appreciated. When men do anything, they expect admiration and appreciation for it. When a man finds himself in an environment of admiration and appreciation, he puts in more effort to be admired more. So, expressing admiration and appreciation for a man is the best way of getting the best and the most out of him. Unfortunately, a lot of women resort to nagging and criticism in their bid to get more of a man. The simple truth is that this approach does not work, and yet a lot of women continue to use it. Anna Rose, dear, you and my nephew have been married for just 12 months, and yet yesterday you told me that your husband has stopped buying things home when he returns from his frequent trips around the country. When you left us to talk with one of your friends, I asked him about it, and this is what he told me. He said he used to buy food stuff for the house from his trips to Kumasi until you asked him how much he bought a bunch of plantain. He said he got it for 150 cedis. Then you said, oh, they cheated you. You could get this for just 50 cedis. And then you added, next time, give me the money. I'll make better use of the money than this. Your husband said you made him feel stupid, and now he has no motivation to buy anything from a trip. What you should have done was to admire and appreciate him for being thoughtful enough to buy something from his trip. Then, later, much later, you could have updated him on the current market prices. I've asked him to resume buying things home from his trips. But please, even if you find that he has paid 3 times the prices of Makola, begin with praise first. Number 3, give your man space. Men need their space from time to time. It does not mean that he does not love you anymore. It only means that he needs to recharge his capacity to give you love and attention. You women recharge by talking and engaging. Men recharge by disengaging. Number 4, be forgiving. It was Mrs. Carter, the wife of Jimmy Carter, who said, a great marriage is one involving 2 people who are great at forgiving. My dear Anna Rose, the truth is that because of the huge differences between men and women, men tend to hurt women often without knowing that what they have said or done has caused offense. When that happens, the woman is likely to look for ways of getting back at him, or she resorts to cold treatment. Big mistake. Cold treatment and other forms of manipulation may force a man to let you have your way, but they also cost a woman the resentment of a man. And when resentment builds up in a man, he simply checks out of the relationship. It is a good idea to be open and to address issues quickly, and do so remembering that he may have no clue that he has offended you. So create an environment of peace and warmth in the house for your husband. Ensure there's never tension in the house, and always make allowance that your husband did not mean to hurt you. Anna Rose dear, read the contents of this letter and that of the previous one together carefully and discuss with my nephew, your husband. And if you need any clarification, please don't hesitate to get back to me. And my dear nephew, expect my next letter on Monday. Until then, stay blessed and keep the spirit of Valentine alive in your relationship. And this is from your only uncle, Ebo. And gorgeous, that's my presentation for this morning.
Nothing useful to add or say. Thank you so much, Uncle.
You're welcome.
I think we've got about 4 more letters before we end the month.
Before the end of the month.
Yeah.
So I pray that for you and the lawyer, this weekend will be super Valentine.
Uncle, thank you. I'll keep you updated. Uncle Ebo White with food for thought today, Thursday. Uncle will be back on Monday with another letter for Anna Rose. Well, his letters are on love because this is the month of love. It's exactly 8 a.m. now, so let's quickly bring you the Joy Business Minutes. Thanks to Consolidated Bank Ghana CBG, we stand with you. And Anointed Electricals, the generator expert. Here's the Joy Business Minutes.
Hello, welcome to the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana. We stand with you and Anointed Electricals, the generator experts. The city's sustained depreciation against the US dollar appears to be slowing down significantly over the past 3 working days. Some banks are linking the development to improve dollar supply by the Bank of Ghana. Deputy Minister of Finance Abnor Sare has hinted that government is working to make few amendments to the recently passed tax exemptions law. Economist Dr. Patrick Isuming has entreated newly appointed Minister of Finance Dr. Mohamed Amin Adam to focus on growing and running a more inclusive economy. According to him, it will be problematic if Dr. Amin Adam repeats the mistakes of his predecessor by leveraging borrowing. And the UK economy fell into recession during the final 3 months of last year, according to figures. And that's the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana. We stand with you and Anointed Electricals, the generator experts.
Joy 99.7 FM. Super Hits Radio.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town. coffee in your cup, and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
The Business Minutes brought to us by Consolidated Bank Ghana, CBG. We stand with you. We have to say thank you to our friends at CBG. And also Anointed Electricals, the generator experts. They bring us the Joy Business Minutes here on the Super Morning Show. And yesterday, Jude, who is the head product and marketing at CBG, also Wehomina Madenati, head commercial banking, and Caroline Mensanyako, regional manager in consumer banking, all at airport, visited us, shared love with us, also to mark World Radio Day. So thank you for all the love that you shared with us yesterday. Thank you so much, CBG. We will stand with you any day. So CBG is obviously your businesses. Your business should not suffer because of financial challenges. So if you're an individual trading in your personal name, a sole proprietor or a company, expand your business with CBG's collateral-free lending product. Open an account with CBG today and have access to as much as 500,000 Ghana cedis to meet your urgent business needs. There are solo smart loans, also SME smart loans, and advanced loans are the perfect solution for you. So no need to provide any form of collateral. I think that's the best part of it all. For further inquiries, please visit any of their 114 branches nationwide or call the contact center on 0302 216,000 or reach them. They are also on social media. They've got handles on Facebook, Instagram, and X. Send an email to talk to us at cbg.com.gh. Terms and conditions apply. CBG, we stand with you. And are you a tertiary or SHS graduate looking forward to acquire technical skill? Do you have the certificate but you don't have the requisite skills? Do you want to acquire a skill to travel abroad? Are you an electrician who wants to acquire the upcoming Energy Commission license, for instance? Well, you'll find answers at Anointed Technical Training Institute. Anointed Technical Training Institute, which is a practical technical training institute of Anointed Electrical Engineering Services Limited. Is registered by the Council for Technical and Vocational Education and Training and is to provide technical training programs. They are one of Ghana's best or most outstanding and innovative technical institution dedicated to provide 80% hands-on skills and career training programs. Here are their courses: electrical and controls, generator and plants, auto mechanic, solar installation, and CCTV installation. And the duration and fees depends on the course you select. So please go to where they are and make all the inquiries in Accra at number 77 Anointed House off Odoko Malam Road, Kumasi, Asokwa Kumasi inside Tatiyad of the Ak Mayanka Road, and call them on 0544-337171 or 0544-337172. Your engineering career starts with us. Effective practical training is assured. ATTI, Head to Hands Solutions.
Now, are you worried about the choice of a senior high school? Then Life International School is your answer. Life International College is a leading Christ-centered senior high school located in the Greater Accra region. We're accredited by the International Christian Accrediting Association of USA and a member of the Oral Roberts University Educational Fellowship, also of the USA, and by the Ghana Education Service in Ghana. Life International College offers the following advantage: serene environment, sound moral training based on biblical principles, outstanding academic performance, dedicated and devoted staff courses offered, general arts, general science, business. We're located off the Akosombo Trunk Road, 10 minutes drive from Michelle Camp. For further information, kindly call the following numbers: 0208-156742 or 0244-377584 and then 0249-642785. Life International College, training the next generation of transformational leaders.
And Winston, we have the Banking Education Series, which is brought to us by the National Banking College. So today we are talking about the protection of depositors through deposit insurance. And We're taking this from Section 20 of the Ghana Deposit Protection Act 2016, Act 931. It says if the license of a bank or specialized deposit-taking institution, CDIs, is revoked by the Bank of Ghana and the Bank of Ghana chooses a payout to depositors as a resolution option, the Ghana Deposit Protection Corporation shall be required to compensate insured depositors of the failed bank or SDI up to the following specified limits. A. Maximum insured limit for depositors of bank is 6,250 Ghana cedis, and maximum insured limit for depositors of SDIs is 1,250 Ghana cedis. Please log on to nbc.edu.gh to learn more. That's today's Banking Education series brought to you by the National Banking College. And our social media messages on the Super Morning Show brought to you by EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa, and Provident Insurance. With Provident, man, you're covered.
So, every day people face different emergencies, police emergency, fire emergency, medical emergency, you name them. But many Ghanaians don't know the emergency numbers. Well, here's one you would want to remember all the time. *770#. Yes, *770# is the new EcoBank Money Emergency number, and it gives you instant access to loans, fund transfers, utility payments, airtime and data purchases, and so much more even without data. So there's no need to panic when you find yourself in any money emergency. EcoBank will always come to your rescue. Dial *770# now for solutions to your money emergencies. EcoBank is the Pan-African Bank.
And you can now get your vehicle insured anywhere, anytime with Provident Insurance's Obaya on WhatsApp. She works round the clock, so you don't have to worry about closing times. Bebia, buy, renew, and file claims for your vehicle. Bebia. All you have to do is chat Obaya on 0242 426 396 and let her help you. It's quick, convenient, reliable, and saves you time so you can do more in your day. Chat Obaya and get your vehicle insured now on Provident Insurance. So text Obaya, Bebia, and remember, with Provident, man, you're covered.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way, a better Africa.
Hello? Fair driver, are you sending the sales?
Boss, Medicana Kopim.
Hey, what the car to me so?
Boss, you no renew the insurance.
Tell it, I didn't have time. I had to go to the farm.
You can insure on the farm.
And I had to go to the market too.
You could have insured in the market.
I had to cook supper for my wife.
Boss, you could have insured in the market.
But how?
By texting Obaya on 0242 426 396 to help insure with Provident Insurance on WhatsApp from anywhere.
Annie,
Bebia. With Obaya, now you can insure your car anywhere, anytime. On WhatsApp, text Obaya on 0242 426 396 today. With Provident,
man, you are covered.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
It's 11 minutes here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And today on the Super Morning Show, we're talking about the reshuffle. We're looking at how effective this will be considering the time that they have left to work. And I'm talking about the new ministers and deputy ministers, who have been reshuffled. There are new ones in, and some of them have been reassigned. What sort of impact would they make with just about 10 more months to election 2024? Big question that we're asking. Some of them have not even gone through vetting.
No.
So they may not settle until about, maybe we've got like 8 months to end it.
Well, vetting expected between now and March. They may be sworn in March 2024. And so probably would be working for the next 6 months. And then election kicks in, they have to go and campaign. Yes, but there are some also. So, for instance, Martin J. Mensah works as Deputy Minister of Local Government. So he will be going for vetting, but he actually knows the ministry because that's the ministry in which he works. You have somebody like, Fatima Abubakar, who's also Deputy Information Minister. She's in the same ministry. You have Mohammed Amin Adams in the Finance Ministry also going to be taking over. So for these persons, and you have someone like Bernard Okoboy, who's NHIA CEO within the health sector, going to be health minister. So these are persons you can say that, well, based on their current positions, don't look like persons who do not know much about what they're going to be doing. You have the likes of Ophelia, who's just the MP for Fansman, for instance, who's going to be going to the Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation Ministry. You have Lydia Sairam Al-Hassan going to Sanitation and Water Resources. Now, these persons are just walking into these ministries, but I'm sure the president would have told them what is expected of them, and I'm sure as members of parliament also dealing with these ministries, they should be able to deliver.
So we won't hear adverting that, when I go to the ministry, I will try and learn all these things. I'm yet to. That's a familiar phrase.
Of course,
even from very experienced politicians.
Well, this
sometimes.
time around, I mean, even the new standing orders of parliament. So it's not just going to be, an appointments committee. So what you're going to have the leadership of parliament together with, committee members. So if you are a minister for environment, science, technology, you're going to be joined by committee members. Of that particular committee who are going to be vetting you. So don't come and say, when I get there, I'll learn. No, and go. But here's the amazing news because Vodafone Cash special bundles just got sweeter with a new Vodafone Cash special voice offer. With only 5 Ghana cedis, you get 200 minutes of talk time, valid for 7 days to all networks. Make calls to all networks all week long at the best value on Vodafone Cash special voice offer. Talk for 200 minutes with just 5 Ghana cedis only on Vodafone Cash. Dial *110# to purchase your bundle or visit my Vodafone app to make your purchase. Connect with your loved ones with a Vodafone Cash special bundle. Vodafone.
So on Big Stories, we're asking how will the country benefit from this latest reshuffle? Really, it's the only one since 2017. Big Stories brought to us by Vodafone Further Together and latest film, Your Partner for Life. Dreaming of the perfect sofa to upgrade this period of love? Well, your dream sofa is now a reality at latest film, introducing our sensational V sofa range, where comfort meets style at prices that will make your heart skip a bit. Hop into any latest film showroom nationwide to dive into a world of colors and choices. From the sleek L-shaped V sofa at just 3,100 Ghana cedis to the complete V sofa set for an unbeatable price of 6,500 Ghana cedis, we've got the opportunity to elevate your space with latest film, your forever partner in comfort and luxury. So hurry, your perfect sofa awaits. Latest film, Your Partner for Life.
And somebody just sent me a message that says, well, the targets have been set already for 2024. Theirs, if you're going in there, is just to implement them. Anyway, get the best returns on your investment. Invest with iVest, a secured fixed-term investment from Easeway that offers so much more. With a minimum of 5,000 Ghana cedis over a minimum period of 3 months. Increase your earnings by investing over a maximum period of 12 months. Times are hard, so invest right. Open an iVest account today and invest your way to massive wealth. iVest, real value for real people. Call Easeway now on 0596 914 843 or text iVest to 4993 to get started. Easeway, your trusted financial solutions partner, and Easeway is a member of the Ghana Deposit Protection Corporation.
Now get more value for your money with a Hollard into SWOR motor promotion. You get into SWOR when you sign up to Hollard's motor insurance between now and April. Enjoy free fuel vouchers, free roadside assistance when your car breaks down, and amazing gift as well. With Hollard's quick motor insurance claims process, you've got the best insurance ever. Yato Subruta in to contact your insurance broker or the nearest Hollard office. You can also call the toll-free number 0800 444 999 to sign up. Join the Peppo family. Hollard Insurance, we insure you and everything you love. It's your birthday today, Mr. Felix Amankwa at the customer service unit of ARP Apex Bank. From Alex Kwesiewa, Managing Director of ARB Apex Bank, and all your colleagues, to you as you celebrate your birthday today, Mr. Felix Amankwa. How will the country benefit from this reshuffle? Send us your WhatsApp messages. Send it to 0551111997. That's our WhatsApp number. Also post on X Joy997 and add the hashtag Joy SMS. You can also reach us on Facebook as well. Our friends from Glyco, we cushion you for life, will be joining us here on the Super Morning Show in a bit. It's 17 minutes after 8. Stay with your Super Morning Show.
Is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Wake up, good morning, good morning.
Breaking news. Vodafone Ghana is becoming Telecel. Stay tuned.
The race to Jubilee House is on. Ghana is at a crossroads.
It's time again for the people to choose, and the world is watching.
So join Joy News as we launch our comprehensive coverage of the 2024 elections and the wide array of election programs carefully designed to empower you, an informed electorate.
We'll do this because in a nation where every vote counts, every voice matters, there's one name you can trust for your election coverage.
Joy News, your election headquarters. From now till January 7, 2025,
a team of seasoned journalists will bring you up-to-the-minute updates, unbiased analysis, and the stories behind the headlines.
Your election headquarters brings you the launch of Joy News 2024 election coverage on Monday,
February 19th from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m.
Live on the Joy FM Super Morning Show, the AM show on the Joy News channel, and all our social media platforms.
The election headquarters for an informed electorate. Joy News, independent, fearless, credible.
Hey, Cashman.
Yeah.
Don't you know Nana has assembled all of us and you are here making calls?
My generator is Porto. So I'm calling a renowned Ghanaian company with an excellent track record in the sales and repairs of generator sets in Accra to come and repair for me.
Oh, is it Anointed Electricals?
Yeah.
Anointed Electricals deals in quality and genuine generators with high fuel efficiency. We also rent generators.
They sell quality generators from 10 kVA to 2500 kVA. They have spare parts of other generators and can repair every faulty generator set even if you didn't buy from them.
Look, now we don't have any electrical problem in Accra.
Oh, how?
Because Anointed Electricals is right here at East Legon, Lagos Avenue, opposite Tomric Hotel. And that's why Nana is calling us.
Okay.
Yes. If you want to buy a brand new generator or repair the old one, visit Anointed Electricals. Or if you are within Accra, call our hotline 0246 423 534 or call 0243 480 334.
They have qualified and dedicated men on 24-hour after-sales service. Then let's go and listen to Nana. Let's go.
Gosh, after giving you the hint, won't you give me anything?
Anointed, the generator experts.
Coffee in your cup and Joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Freddy, Bema, Bema, be a bosso.
coffee in your cup, and Joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Madonna mama enye kama manin soja wini kunta be sense roma makuma pila makuma yisa meji wini party men nyame 419
Many as painting and the matrimonial tinting some on veins. Some say, dear, won't find quite your bed, dear, many common sense. Some young pastors are sure don't Jimmy Mubio, false pretense. To know who say you may you bunny and my command what to make you any punch. Or don't miss in the pain, you do rough road and in the case. Miss in the pain, can't play, mama drink, while you jump 10. But told me down when you was the amount cash and the bean and my pet in my damn phone chain. Meet your man, the castle, oh, brass to one can wait your bronze sign. Mean, yeah, that back, that na. No boy, that no, that man. Let's just see you come, mama, and you that man. You'll be kind of not one, and you're gonna man.
It's 8:24 on the Super Morning Show. Thank you for staying with us. And we're so glad you could join us if you're in the Asante region listening to us on Love FM. We love you very much. And for those of you tuned into ATL FM in the Central region, thank you so much for joining us. We've got a big show coming up. Don't forget, in a very short while, we will be critically assessing the president's choices in this reshuffle. Those who are out, those who are in. What has the president actually tasked these new appointees with? What are they required to achieve by the end of the president's tenure? These and more will be the focus of our discussion. But before all of that stuff, our friends are here and we're excited. Glyco Life has stopped by to tell us about something very special called Serving with Love. It comes with a lot of different things, including a very special enhanced education plan, which I can't wait to learn all about. So let's say good morning to our friends Benjamin L.K. Avikson. He's the Southern Sector Manager of Glyco Life. And Nano Waribunsu, who is Sales Manager. Nice to see you both.
Yeah, good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
It's been a while, a refreshing morning, and greetings to our policyholders.
Yeah, how is my uncle doing? I miss him very much.
He's doing so well.
We thank God.
And I extend his greeting as well.
Excellent. All right, now we've got lots to talk about. What's this whole serving with love thing? It seems linked to the season, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. What's it about?
Okay, so thank you so much, Kwejo. And we want to take this opportunity to say hello and a refreshing morning and extension Happy New Year to our customers. And we want to thank them so much for doing business with us. We are in the month of love, February, and in the spirit of life insurance, we often will hear that we bring, I want to insure my nominated loved ones, I want to insure my loved ones, I want to insure my loved one. So in the space of this moment, the business thought it wise that why wouldn't we stretch out our love to our ordinary customers and be able to reassure them that, as far as our business is concerned, Glyco Life is in there, and certainly we would want to express love to them.
Fantastic. Well, let's find out how it's going to work. How exactly is Glyco Life demonstrating its commitment to serving with love?
Okay, so in our part of our business and as Glyco Life, serving with love resonates with a lot of reasons for us. Number one, we're saying that we want to go beyond and for the client.
Right.
And so when we say this, all what we want to reassure our customers is that serving with love guides us with our operations, everyday interactions that we do. And so if we want to serve them with love, we want to go beyond and above for them in terms of their expectation. That's one. Two, we also want to look at how our operations goes. And in the course of our operations, our service in terms of we extending our love to our customers is by way seen in our product development. And so time may not permit us if we were to dissect the various features and benefits of how we indeed stabilize our love to our client. We see it clearly in our product development. That's not all. We also demonstrate the strong feeling of what we're saying, that if we want to bring smile and laugh in this season, then of course our customer service approach is unique. And so these are some of the few points that we always want to dip in by way of extended customer service.
So it's in the product and it's in the service.
Absolutely.
I love that. Now, if you just joined us, we're talking to our friends from Glyco Life. Benjamin Abixon is Southern Sector Manager. Nana Owariboso is Sales Manager. And we're learning about how they are serving with love. Now, there are people who might not know this. I'm privileged to be aware that your differentiator as an insurance company is not just in the products and the services, but in what you do beyond that. What you do in the community, how you the connection you build with the community. Talk to us a little bit more about that.
Thank you, Kwejo. To us, back again with Glyco Life, we believe giving back to society is very, very critical, and it serves as the core of our business. Over the years, we've been extending that kind of support in various ways in the community. And so therefore, the business clearly is in the community. And so therefore, when we go out there to reach out to them, I think we believe it is in order. Last year, we did so well by way of our charity events that we have. And so last year we did some unique donations to Jolu Special School. We also did some donations to Manchester Taki Class of Schools back at Osu. Last year also we did some interventions by way of supporting some health needs at Asaban Kese. And then oftentimes we also do some partnership with Rotary in the spirit of we also spreading love in the community. And so last year also we did some amazing work at the Senior Correctional Center at Ghana Prison Service here at Roman Ridge. And so all in all, the business certainly settled in the community, and we're having our footprint all over the country. And for that matter, once a while, we go back to the community and assure them. And this is certainly in line with our corporate social responsibility in the areas of health and that of education.
Wow, this is great stuff. All right, now look, we are in tough times. We say this about 20 times a day, but we are in challenging times. Things are hard, and everybody feels it. How does Glyco Life ensure that your customers feel supported and prioritized in these challenging times?
Thank you, Kwejo. It's true we are in difficult times, but three things that we always will want to look at. In this moment, how are we able to customize and prioritize our customer service tailored to the needs of our clients? And so in moments like this, there are oftentimes people are requesting for partial withdrawals. They need some form of finance support. How well will we be able to immediately, at the click of the bell, we are in there to be able to help them? Secondly, in the midst of this, there is the need for our prospects and customers to be able to also hook up to insurance life policies. And here we are not necessarily talking about the individual life policies. As Glyco Life, we are characterized with three major business lines. We're talking of the micro business that we're making sure that we have our products, i.e. a Jankoswo and an Idaso for our informal sector. We're talking of our group business areas, and so policies like group comprehensive plan for employees. We're also talking about the individual life policies, where if you're a doctor, a nurse, a teacher, anybody will certainly would want to reach out to you. So in all of this, there's that categorization of we trying to extend the customer service to them. Having talked about this, there are instances where we would have to also help the client to be able to spot out what exact product do they need in this difficult time. You may think that you need, let's say, X policy, but in actual sense, if we diagnose further your needs, then there's the need for you to recommend a different policy for you. Now, having talked about all this, insurance is all about claim payment. And so should the eventuality happen, how well are we in there to be able to help them, to be able to access their money and make life comfortable, even though we find ourselves in the difficult times, in the string of we questioning you and questioning you for life.
Indeed, yeah. And these are areas in which Glyco Life absolutely excels, no doubt about that. All right, well, we're talking to Benjamin Avikson and Nana Owaribun. So they're both from Glyco Life. They're telling us about how they are providing service with love in this very important time. Listen, before you leave us, okay, I've noticed something. I mean, anybody who has the privilege of experiencing other cultures, you immediately realize that, look, Ghana, our setting is different. We have a different context to our life here. And you know, life insurance is all about protection, isn't it? Yes. So depending on your context, that is what will determine what you must protect yourself against. So what tell us about the Glyco Life products and how they are particularly suited to protect us in the Ghanaian context.
Wonderful. Good morning again, Kojo.
Yeah.
Great, and good morning to all your discerning listeners.
Yeah.
So at Glyco Life Insurance, we, as my boss has rightly said, we have tailor-made policies for every Ghanaian, every employee, anyone who has people depending on your income. We have specialized packages for us. Most Ghanaians or most individuals always plan for the good things of life. We plan to go to school, we plan to build, we plan to set up businesses. But whilst we're planning for all these good things, whilst we're working hard, the eventualities come up, and then it ends up either taking away our savings or investments. But life insurance comes in to protect the savings and the investments we have. We have individuals who, for some reason, would say they would want to invest their monies rather than do insurance. But what happens is, in the event where an individual loses a father or a mother, you end up using the money you wanted to do a construction or start a business to do the burial, when Glyco Life Insurance is available to help you take care of the burial. What if the individual himself, the Ghanaian who is working and earning the income himself, passes on? Then the children, what happens to the children? What happens to the siblings who depend on his income? How would they continue their school? If a building project has been started, how would they be continued? Utilities, how would they be paid for? So Glyco's funeral plan ensures that all these things are well catered for. And we don't only cater for situations where it's death. Our funeral package also takes care of people who go into that state of permanent disability. Some critical illnesses or accidents can render someone from being able to continue your work. But in the event where you become permanently disabled, our funeral policy will still give you the guaranteed amount. So in signing up for our funeral plan, you would indicate that you want to receive, say, 200,000 Ghana cedis in the event where you are no more, or in the event where you are permanently disabled and can't continue working again. In that case, Glyco Funeral will make sure that we pay to your named beneficiary or to yourself where you are permanently disabled, 200,000 Ghana cedis. We also give the benefit. There are also the case where someone will pick a policy, and all things being equal, that's what we encounter when we are engaging Ghanaians. Oh, I won't die now. Everyone believes they won't die now. But the issues of accidental deaths occur, where someone could just pick a policy and in a space of a month or two, accidentally passes on. We wouldn't say we are giving 200,000 Ghana cedis, but rather we give 300,000 Ghana cedis because it was an accidental death. So we give funeral policies to cater for the individuals, his parents-in-law, spouses. We give up to 2 spouses. Your children can be covered, and then your extended families. As you say in the context, in Ghana we have people who are, say, catered for by their uncles or their aunties, other than their parents because they lost their parents when they were young. Our policy makes room for you to ensure such people who took good care of you. So you are well assured that your family will be catered for even in your absence. We also have this wonderful policy for individuals who are working hard and who are all planning on going for retirement. We call it the life savings plan. It helps you to secure your retirement or secure some good amount of money, say in the next 10 years, 15 years, whichever number of years you're planning for. And for our life savings plan, it's for every Ghanaian who is working. Everyone would need to call Glyco and then pick one of this. It guarantees you the amount. You tell us how much you want to receive in 10 years' time or in 15 years' time. We calculate based on your age and let you know how much you'll be paying. On a monthly basis, you'll just be making the contribution to it. We give you that peace of mind that in 10 years, that guaranteed amount together with returns will be paid to you. However, we also know the eventualities of life. It may occur where the policyholder will not see the maturity age. What happens is immediately a policyholder passes on or becomes permanently disabled and is unable to continue contribution. Glyco Life will pay 50% of the selected amount that you wanted at retirement or you wanted at the end of the policy. We pay 50% to the named beneficiary. Then we waive premiums. So the policyholder will no longer have to pay premiums. Assuming he's alive, you don't have to pay till the end of the period. Fantastic. And at the end of the period, the amount that we signed for in the beginning will be paid out to the beneficiary or to the policyholder if he's still alive. So that is what the life savings plan is also all about.
It's amazing. You know, I tell my friends, right? I tell them that, look, the typical Ghanaian is struggling, you know, trying to make ends meet. You'll probably work for a decade or two before you find yourself in a position where you are making so much money you can start thinking about building and leaving property to your family and so forth. But don't wait until then. Even now, in the early stages, just have life insurance. Just have that, because tomorrow is not guaranteed.
Absolutely.
If anything happens to you today, you still have left something for your family.
Wonderful.
You know, without ever having to build a house or buy 10 cars, you still have left your family in safe hands. You know, and that's why I recommend Glyco Life to everybody I know, and I certainly will continue to do that, especially after I've learned of how you are serving with love.
Sure. Just to quickly add to all what we have said, even though we are here as Glyco Life, we form a solid group, and so we want to ensure that we encourage Ghanaians. If it has to do with general and product, we have our Glyco General and partners, our team. If it has to do with healthcare, we have our healthcare team, solid company that is helping underwriting healthcare businesses in this country. If it has to do with properties, we have solid professional team that are behind that would be able to also help in property assets management in this country. If it has to do with Glyco Capital, we are also in there to help with their treasuries and investment and pros. And lastly, if it has to do with pensions, it's a solid company and with several diversity of professionals that are helping shaping things up. If somebody is listening to us, Gregor, the best love letter he can write to the wife and children is to be able to pick a life insurance policy.
Absolutely.
And so therefore we would want to crave their indulgence that in the spirit of love that we're sharing love. In fact, we have your chocolate with us that we'll share with you. So we want to take this opportunity to tell all our customers all over the country that they should just visit our nearby offices across the country and just pick chocolate. And so therefore we'll still want to let them know that we have them at heart, and we'll thank them so much for doing business with us, and we're certainly going to be cushioning them for life.
Benjamin Avikson, Southern Sector Manager, Glyco Life, and Nana Owaribosu, Sales Manager. I can't thank you enough for coming in and reminding us all that there's nothing more romantic than life insurance.
Absolutely.
All right. Okay, there's more coming up on the show. Stay with us. We're about to look at these new appointees. This reshuffle. And Ekosi is saying, after these.
Super Morning Show.
What's up? I saw them people. Obey what won't say. Usubai, aho brasia, to basia, damage, nanu pomo, ye. Mamele, wa won't say. Usubai, aho brasia, to basia, damage, nanu pomo, ye. Me have a goosey ganda. Where shall I wander? Upstairs and downstairs, in my little chamber. Me have a goosey ganda. Where shall I wander? Upstairs and downstairs, in my little chamber. Me not free the free back who I didn't see. I can't do. Me not
Enough ways to the no chirani dede. O shake it to a nani dede. And I ended up. Can I be baby? You know, so the I ask for me the more. Rubber can't say not to all in it. Better than a memo. Yansen the boy. Enough way back. Who do I was give me tata? Now who does for me them? Yeah, me dada. Now you tell. Give me tata. Now who does for me them? Yeah, me dada. Now you tell. Obey not to boko my anchor. Be baby boko my answer. Be baby boko my answer. Or be baby why? Me have a goosey gander. Where shall I wander? Upstairs and downstairs. In my little chamber. Me have a goosey gander.
Spent more than 7 years without doing anything. So it's like we're just 7-10 months. What can you do?
I was really surprised. It should have come way earlier. My personal opinion, I think it's a strategy towards the election. So it should have come way earlier when the people were yearning for it. That's when it should have come.
Let me relate this to the Bible. Moses in the Bible, he was leading the Israelites, and then unfortunately he did something and God called him. It was unexpected and then he left. God selected someone who is Joshua to come and lead, and then so Joshua came to do better things and then like bigger things. So we are hoping for the best, because if Ken Oforiatta is gone, we know that the next person is coming to do what Ken didn't do.
Coffee in your cup and Joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Yeah, so that's what some of you think of this whole reshuffle. And of course, we have the opportunity to take our time and break it down and, come to an understanding of what it is aimed at and what we can expect in this period of time between now and the end of the president's tenure. So to help us navigate, we've got a professor of political science at University of Ghana who needs no introduction. Professor Ransford Jampo joins us over the phone. Prof, good morning to you.
Well, we'll get to Prof. We'll get to Prof shortly. But of course, because we're just by way of going through the changes that were made yesterday. So, Finance Minister Ken Oforiatta, as the president puts it, exit from office. Interior Minister Ambrose Derry, Health Minister Kwekwa Juman-Menu, Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation Minister Dr. Kwekwe Friye, Information Minister Kojo Opong Nkrumah, Roads and Highways Minister Kwesi Amwakwata, Works and Housing Minister Francis Asenso Boache, Gender, Children and Social Protection Lariba Abudu, Local Government Decentralization and Rural Development, Dan Kwekuboche, and Sanitation and Water Resources, Frida Prempe, then Tourism, Arts and Culture, Ibrahim Mohammed Awal, Greater Accra Regional Minister, Henry Quarte, and OT Regional Minister, Joseph Makubu. So these ministers are out of office, according to the president, and their replacements, I'll be telling, so their replacements are the following. So when it comes to Minister of Information, you'd have Fatimatu Abubakar, Minister of Health, Dr. Bernard Okoboy. Ophelia Mensah Hayford is Minister of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation. Local Government, Martin Ejay Mensah Kosa. Sanitation and Water Resources, Lydia Sairam Al-Hassan. Tourism, Arts and Culture, Andrew Japa Mesa. Greater Accra, Titus Glover, and OT Region, Daniel Makato. But of course, we also do know that Mohamed Amin Adam is now Finance Minister. He was Minister of State. And then Henry Quarte, Greater Accra Regional Minister, becomes Interior Minister. Roads and Highways, Francis Enso-Bochi, moves from Works and Housing. Kujo Opong Nkrumah goes to Works and Housing. And Ambrose Derry is Minister of State at the Office of the President. We can now speak to our guests.
Indeed, and it is, of course, we have two guests to help us navigate this. Professor Ransford Jampo is a professor of political science at the University of Ghana. We also have the founding president of Imani Africa, Franklin Kujo, joining us on the phone as well. Gentlemen, good morning to you both.
Morning. Morning.
Right, Prof. Jampo, I'll start with you, and perhaps your general impressions here. The calls for a reshuffle have been long-standing. For a long time now, people have been calling on the president to do a reshuffle. Suddenly he does one, but people seem underwhelmed. What's your take?
Because there are ideals for reshuffling, and the timing and the way and manner this particular reshuffling has been done does not satisfy the ideals. It appears that there are other more partisan reasons why this particular reshuffling took place. Now, we've been writing a lot and undertaking research about reshuffling, presidential, ministerial reshuffling, and all that. And if you go into literature, it tells you that, first of all, you do reshuffle because reshuffling introduce new skills, talents, competence, and fresh ideas to a governance machinery. Secondly, reshuffling are a way of repositioning people to areas where their talents and expertise will be better needed. Again, they are a tool for demanding accountability from appointees, as they may make appointees sit up to deliver in order not to be sacked or demoted. Fourth, they are used as a tool to retire the tired and to kick out the incompetent ones from government. Fifth, they may be used as a mechanism to downsize government or bring on board more hands to help. Sixth, they are a mechanism for promoting inclusivity in governance and nation building. Maybe last but not the least, they are also a way to assert the control of the appointing authority over his appointees. Right. So, given its importance, reshuffling may or must be undertaken periodically in developing democracies. It must, however, be noted that frequent reshuffles aren't helpful, as it erodes institutional memory and undermines the need to build experience in carrying out the tasks of governance. But also, refusing to reshuffle or delaying for a long time for the calls for reshuffling, as our current president has done, is also dangerous, as it perpetuates incompetence, promotes complacency, and deny a developing country like Ghana of access to its limited human resource base that must be tapped for national development. So, in my mind, the periodization of reshuffling is more important than its frequency. This explains why successive governments in the Fourth Republic of Ghana periodically reshuffled. The only government that appeared to have no appreciation of the idea and ideals of reshuffling, as far as I'm concerned, is the current one headed by President Akufo-Addo. The president may have his own reasons for not paying heed to the calls for reshuffling. But to my mind, I do not think such reasons can torpedo the ideals of periodic reshuffling. And so the calls for reshuffling have been also, if you, as you may be aware, these calls have been cross-partisan and incessant. From the ruling party itself, there were calls, or there have been calls and even demonstrations. From the opposition, there have been same calls, and from academia and civil society, there have been several calls, which I can describe as tremendous. But these have been ignored with ignominy. But to be fair, this isn't the only call that has been ignored. There are several calls have also fallen on deaf ears of the president. We can, for instance, talk about the president's refusal to listen to many calls for him to leave Domelevo alone until he was given the red card by the Supreme Court. So, in less than 10 months to the end of his tenure, President Akufo-Addo has finally reshuffled ministers. But this particular reshuffle, in my view, is plagued with so many confusions in a manner that makes it difficult for one to appreciate the direction he's heading with the country. What is the focus? I've been asked what's the focus of this particular reshuffling vis-a-vis the outlined ideals and rationale for reshuffling. Now, ministers have been sacked and replaced with ministers of state. I don't know whether you saw the release that came out, but in the hierarchical order of ministerial appointments, ministers of state aren't the same as ministers.
Mm-hmm.
The ministers of state come in between ministers and deputy ministers.
Mm-hmm.
So, but in the current arrangement, a minister has been sacked, but he's been replaced with a minister of state. Take the removal of Kenufuyata, for example.
Right.
He's a substantive minister, but in his place, you check the designation. Amin Adam is designated as Minister of State.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying that the two are not the same. A Minister of State in the hierarchy of ministerial appointment comes in between a minister and a deputy minister. So is the current arrangement of having ministers of state rather than ministers a cost-cutting mechanism, or we simply do not know the differences between the two? Also, we must look at the numbers again, as what has been done doesn't clearly show that the additional call for downsizing of the government has been adequately addressed. In other words, even if there is a reduction in size of government, it will be very marginal in a manner that makes nonsense of the several calls for the government to downsize. More importantly, I've been asking myself, like many other Ghanaians, why now that the day is almost over? Is it in line with the belief that last days are dangerous and that something new or drastic can be done at the last minute injury time? Is that how governance works? Is governance like football match where we can hope that goals can be scored in injury time? Is governance about superstition? Has the economy, which serves as the backbone for every governance activity, changed so drastically that new ministers can perform magic? Are the new ministers of state going to operate with sector budgets that they completely had no input in preparing? To my mind, respectfully, I would say that we're better late than never. That so it is good that the president has finally reshuffled. Though I do not think that this reshuffling activity is in response to the incessant calls on the president to do so.
Right.
If you want me to be brutally frank, I will tell you that this is an injury time reshuffle that does not satisfy any of the major reasoning for reshuffles. Fresh people introduced aren't occupying substantive portfolios, and those moved around may not have the desired impact because of the very limited time they have at their disposal. So it does appear to me that the focus of this injury time reshuffle is more on partisan interest and an opportunity for others to get into the system so they can also belch and amass wealth for their parliamentary contest, especially in areas where the contest are expected to be highly competitive. Please take a look or take particular note of this. Look at the all those who have been brought. Many of those who have been brought on board. They are people who are going to go into parliamentary contests that are expected to be very difficult. And in my view, it appears that, look, because you're going to go through a difficult election, go and try to see if you can use this opportunity to amass some more wealth.
This is actually a point that Franklin Kujo has made, Prof. Jampo.
Okay.
So I'd like to bring Franklin Kujo in at this point.
I've not listened to him on that, but
that's okay. That's fine. I mean, but it's a good time to bring him in. Because, Franklin, you made this post which has now been widely shared, where you point out that 6 out of the 9 new entrants into this ministerial, realm are people who have big elections coming up. Now, of course, you're an analyst when it comes to politics. So let me ask you this. When former President Kufuor did a reshuffle just about a year to the end of his tenure, what he did was he actually asked all the ministers in his, all his appointees who were gearing up for an election to leave his government so they could go focus on their campaign. And he brought in people who didn't have such a burden on them. President Akufo-Addo seems to have done the opposite. He's rather bringing in people who have big campaigns ahead of them. What is your analysis of the motives behind this reshuffle?
Well, good morning, Kojo. Good morning, my good friend on the other line. Just to say that I may not be interested so much in the vested interest analysis. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Because those realms could be a bit dangerous. Much as I'd rather stay on the point about ministers who are definitely going to have battles on their hands. To the extent that my analysis will be just reduced to the fact that the efficiency that we expected as a result of this reshuffle would never be had. And indeed, I would have thought that the best means really, or the best reasons for reshuffle should have been a downsizing of the government. At least something to give the current people, Bawumia, something to chew on, especially when he said that he's going to do 50. I thought the president would just lay the grounds and probably lead the way in realigning or merging or consolidating some of those ministries that we thought were by standing by themselves were going to be ineffective. So much as I agree that the six out of the 9 ministerial appointments definitely have battles on their hands in terms of electoral battles, and even all the deputy ministers, by the way, also have to contest the next election, I'm looking more at the fact that they will be ineffective and that the value to the economy will be zero. Yes, I mean, everybody is expected to make their own analysis in terms of whether they are in there to grab money in order to pursue their political ambitions. In fact, some people have even told me, if I'd be put up a poll on a Imani wall, and I think someone made a point, also bordering on electoral advantage, electoral politics. But even that was related to the ethnic advantage, right, in the like of Okobo and then the Henry Kwasi, who have been elevated. I mean, the guy thought that these would inure to the benefit of the gangs and necessarily inure to the benefit of the party. I do not see that, by the way. I see a very ineffective attempt to listen to people's call for a reshuffle, but they never really achieved what we had expected. If it had come along with some downsizing of government, then maybe we would have seen the impact. But as it is now, I don't see the value because as we speak, I mean, vetting will take place probably within 2-3 weeks. By the time vetting is done, all these new ministers will have to settle in. They probably have just about 4 or 5 months to work, and then they'll start looking at the ballot paper and they'll start contesting. What it means essentially is that we wouldn't have had any value from them at all. The other thing that I needed to point out is that let's say the finance minister has been given a much bigger role right now, almost reducing the finance ministry guys to guru boys, necessarily just pushing papers. Because the finance minister has been handed down a position which is quite like a mafia don. Essentially, he's been given the position of not just an advisor to the economy, but a special envoy for the president when it comes to international investment and capital markets. Now, this is a gentleman who cut his teeth through private banking, and he did quite well in that regard. Of course, I mean, coming into public office, it's not the same as running a private bank, and so we saw the results. But now to be given the role, which is quite a sumptuous role, by the way. I mean, I thought that role actually supersedes the finance minister's job without any opprobrium from the public, because what's the point really? I mean, I come with a budget and I get insulted. And I say I'm not going to the IMF, I get insulted. I probably stay at the back and then be the grandmaster when it comes to the chess.
Although, to be fair, I mean, Franklin, to be fair though, is it accurate to say that being the envoy to the financial markets is essentially, a bigger job than managing the economy? After all, borrowing is only one aspect of what an economy needs, is it not?
Well, borrowing is what actually feeds the largesse, isn't it? I mean, if you thought that this administration question for borrowing was the reason for which we are here, it's also quite clear that having that position is no mean position at all. By the way, I added international investment, which is also quite crucial, which means that if you have to do any big ticket transformational deals, the former finance minister would have a say one way or the other.
Right.
So I think that's a much more powerful role than even the finance ministry, really.
So in your view, he's now been made sort of the godfather of the finance ministry rather than the finance minister.
You use the terminology quite right, and I know you've been watching the what's that famous film called? I mean, those series.
Yeah, The Sopranos, The Godfather. Yeah,
The Godfather. Yeah, the Italian inspired mafia series.
Right. Interesting analogy there. Now, let's get specific. Prof. Jampo, let's look at some of the specific appointments and disappointments, if you will. The finance minister, I mean, there had been calls for him to go for such a long time. Nobody seems disappointed that he's left. But there are others that are quite interesting. For example, the information minister, he's been moved. The interior minister has been removed. What would your analysis be of the reasons that the president might have for making changes in these particular ministries?
Well, you're saying people are not disappointed that the finance minister is being kicked out, but I'm disappointed. I wanted, since he refused to leave, in spite of the incessant calls for him to step down, I was hoping that now that he's decided to stay till the end, I mean, then he should stay, because the problems are still there, and it is just for us to be able to locate who we can blame, that then you would want him to continue to stay, because it is less than 10 months. Anybody coming in cannot do anything new. And so, and then given that he's also been given a more glorified and important role in managing the economy, I thought then he's not even gone. So he should have been made to stay. You are talking about Henry Korte being brought to Interior. I think Henry Korte was also with National Security before he was brought in as Greater Accra Regional Minister. And as the President himself said, when he reshuffled him from the National Security to Greater Accra Regional to be the Minister for Greater Accra, Korte didn't like it so much. But he was prevailed upon. It appears that the man himself has a lot of flair when it comes to dealing with matters relating to security, and so that may be one other reason why he may have been sent there. And he would also be contesting for election, and maybe at the interior sector ministry, more juice. There will be more juice or resources there. to help him prosecute his campaign. Yes, like Franklin said, we've all got the right to look at these things from our own perspective.
But how was Ambrose Derry doing as Interior Minister? I mean, how do you assess his performance? Was it right for him to be removed?
Usually, Interior Ministers, their work are not really seen by the public beyond the declaration of public holidays. That's the only time that we hear much more about the Interior Ministry. I'm not saying that is the only thing that they do. So their work is oftentimes behind the scene. Like once I argued, if you may not hear the work of national security, for instance, because there is peace, but the fact that there is peace should suggest to every well-meaning person that the national security is working. In the same way, the fact that internally there will be peace and people may be able to walk about really at any time of the night to tell you that somebody is working behind the scenes. So the work that they do is oftentimes behind the scenes, and they may not be felt palpably like the way the management of the economy, for instance, may be felt by the ordinary people. So you cannot say that, well, he was not working well. He may well have created and discharged whatever mandate that was imposed to him. But I think that for now, the president feels that someone else should go to be able to make more money to help him advance his own campaign. You're talking about Kojo Oponkoma. There's been several calls that he has not been able to do what he was supposed to do as a person giving information to the good people of Ghana. Indeed, one of the challenges of this particular Akufo-Addo regime has been the parties or the regime's incompetence in articulating or speaking publicly or defending their own achievement and whatever they claim to have done in government. They have been so incompetent at that. The only time you hear them speaking forcefully will be when Baumia will mount the platform to be talking about their government. But beyond that, the communications and informations have been driven or hijacked by party full soldiers or people who are not so much good. They cannot be described as very good in terms of articulating what the party stands for. And you have an information minister. And sometimes you would have people behind the scenes rather throwing information to the fore even before the information ministry would come in to be explaining. And so many people have also felt that the information ministry headed by Kojo Oponkoma has not really done well in articulating, defending and explaining what government. They have not been forceful. I'm not saying they don't do it, but they've not been that forceful in doing that. So on that score, then I may want to understand why the last minute change, so that maybe you can also bring to the fore some people who may be, or some appointee who may be forceful in trying to defend and to explain and in articulating what a party stands for and all that. So I think if you want us to do one-on-one analysis, we can find some unique explanations, but the overarching view or explanation, in my view, is purely partisan interest. People should be able to also go and chop some. People should also be able to go look for money to put money on at very juicy ministries, so that they can be able to prosecute their own campaign agenda. And I had long made that point before, and I've heard Franklin Kujo also making the same point, that in terms of effectiveness of these ministers, or in terms of whether they will be able to do what is expected of them when reshuffles take place, I mean, I doubt. There is no other reasoning. I don't see any other overarching reasoning beyond the partisan one and the need for people to
build their war chests, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, to be able to build their war chests to prosecute their own campaign.
Right. Okay, if you just joined us, we've been talking to Professor Ransford Jampo and Franklin Cudjoe. We're assessing the president's choices in this reshuffle. We've already learned Prof. Jampo certainly believes that this is just a matter of placing people in a position to gain some money for upcoming campaigns. Franklin Cudjoe believes that the efficiency that we are expecting will never be achieved from this reshuffle. He says, in fact, the value of the deputy ministers on the economy will be absolutely zero, and he thinks the finance minister has been elevated to an even more influential position. We've started an assessment of the individuals. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll find out what Dr. Okoboy will bring to the health ministry, what Andrew Ejapa-Mensah will bring to tourism, arts and culture, and of course, why Francis Asensu Boakye has been moved to roads and highways. All of this when we return.
Recoded to do more with ease. The enhanced GCB mobile app. Download now from Google Play Store or Apple Store for all your transactions. Smooth, safe, and secure. Chalet, tap the app. You don't need to have an account to upgrade. GCB mobile app. Recoded to do more. Upgrade your style. GCB Bank. Your bank for life.
Cloudy today, brighter tomorrow.
You've worked hard to have that property, the house, the car. Insure it. Your business assets are valuable. You must insure them now with Activa Insurance.
For all your business and personal insurance needs, insure with Activa International Insurance. Sign up by dialing *713*313# or download the Activa Insurance app on Google Play and Apple Store. Activa International Insurance. Our clients, our passion.
Let me share my experience with you at the new Aqua Safari Resorts. When you arrive, you're greeted by warm smiles and introduced to your 24-hour butler who already has your itinerary sorted. Enjoy water sports activities like jet ski rides, kayaking, water sliding, flyboarding, and castanet fishing. You can even have your lunch here on the boat cruise. Let the tour guides take you through the sceneries of the mangrove forest, the friendliness of the animals, while you pet and feed them. We chose to have our breakfast with a beautiful sunrise right in front of our cabin.
Visit Aqua Safari Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
National Health Insurance.
Great news! The National Health Insurance Scheme (NHIS) has waived the waiting period for all members aged 70 years and above. All 70 years and above are also exempted from paying a premium. Enrollment and renewal are absolutely free on the NHIS. Members who are 70 years and above can automatically access healthcare when they newly register with the NHIS or renew their membership annually. You are no longer required to serve the 1-month waiting period for late renewals. Dad, mom, grandpa, and grandma, let your old age be filled with good health and access instant healthcare at zero cost on the NHIS today. Download the My NHIS mobile app to register with your Ghana card or visit the nearest NHIS office. Terms and conditions apply. For details, contact the NHIS call center on 054 444 6447 or 0302 746 447. NHIS, your access to quality healthcare. This message is brought to you by the United States Agency for International Development, USAID.
Dive into a new era of news consumption with myjoyonline.com, your go-to destination for cutting-edge journalism, giving you the most credible stories from business to politics and from sports to entertainment. Myjoyonline.com introduces an upgraded news website meticulously designed to empower you with an enriched browsing experience like never before. Experience the future of news browsing with myjoyonline.com.
To that morning show.
An analysis of the president's reshuffle with Professor Ransford Jampo and Franklin Kujo. We're continuing in just a moment, but first, this February, buy a new Peugeot 3008 SUV from Silver Star Auto, and you could be on your way to Dubai with your partner. Now, this promo is valid until the 29th of February, so get in on it during this season of love. Visit their Facebook and Instagram to look for details, and of course, terms and conditions apply. Silver Star Auto, your trusted partner.
And Champion Carbolic Soap, popularly known as Guardian Soap, is now 4 Ghana cedis for 1 bar. Unilever Ghana's Champion Carbolic Soap is and has always been your skin's guardian against germs that cause most skin diseases. No need to wait. Grab your Champion Carbolic Soap now at only 4 Ghana cedis. It's widely available at all major retail shops and local convenience stores near you. Champion Carbolic Guardian Dadanoa.
Now, of course, this Valentine, you can come and experience love in the valley at Safari Valley Eco Resort. It's in Edukrum, just an hour from Accra. It's a relaxing environment, beautiful sights, nature's wildlife on display. And look, for just 5,400 Ghana cedis, Love in the Valley is the package you can enjoy from the 6th until the 29th of February for 1 night, featuring 2 guests. And of course, there's breakfast, lunch and dinner served as a 3 to 5 course meal from a curated menu of the day. You get Valentine's room decoration with a fruit platter and a bottle of wine on arrival. You get 24-hour shared butler service, safari wildlife tour, animal feeding, trip to the waterfall, canoe ride on the canal, and this package is valid from the 6th until the 29th of February. Call or send a WhatsApp to 059-691-4394. Terms and conditions apply.
And at APSA, we believe that you and your car deserve to be rewarded, so get more for your protection with a motor insurance policy from APSA, underwritten by Hollard Insurance, and a comprehensive third-party fire and theft motor insurance policies not only ensure that your vehicle stays protected but also gets rewarded with fuel vouchers from now till the 31st of March 2024. That's not all. You also enjoy free roadside assistance, have the option for a car hire, post-vehicle repair, inspection, and more when you sign up for our comprehensive cover. The qualifying minimum premium to be rewarded is 482 Ghana cedis. So discover how to get things done at apsa.com.gh or the nearest APSA branch. Terms and conditions apply.
Right then, so let's get back to it. Our guests, Professor Ransford Jampo, Professor of Political Science at University of Ghana, and Franklin Kujo, founding president of Imani Africa, helping us dissect the president's choices in this most recent reshuffle. Franklin, maybe I'll come to you now as we continue with some of the specifics. And 2 more interesting moves on the chessboard. We now have Andrew Ejapa Mercer at the Tourism Ministry, and we also have Asenso Boachi in Roads. Now, let's analyze these 2. First of all, with Andrew Ejapa Mercer and the Tourism Ministry. Andrew Mercer, of course, has a very good record at the Ministry of Energy. But Dr. Awal, who has been removed from the Tourism Ministry, one might argue also had a very good record there with the year of return and the other strides that have been made in the tourism sector. How do you analyze this particular substitution by the president?
Before I go on to answering that, let me just say one thing with regard to the last question you asked about Opon Nkrumah. Professor Jampo, I do not really think Opon Nkrumah wanted to be a spin master for this government at all. And to think that the government had so many communication consultants or communication spokespersons between the presidency and the information ministry, we had close to about 14 assistants. And sometimes it's very difficult to determine who is really in charge. And so I thought that Kojo Nkrumah probably was not interested in the spin master. And so maybe he's been given another role. Some say that it's even to take him away from the public because is probably in this presidential ambition. These are things people are saying. I do not know why they are saying that. I'm only just bringing that to the fore. It may be a needless gossip, but I thought I should throw that in there. But the point really is that I don't think Opon Nkrumah was going to be a spin master. He only communicates what really must have happened. With regards to the gentleman who has been retired to the Jubilee House, the Interior Minister, I think Justin Kodia himself said that some of these ministers he thinks are tired, and so maybe it's tired. Except of course that he's been reassigned at the Jubilee House, so we don't know what he's going to do. To the substantive question, I think Japamesa himself probably has said, and I think I heard him on Under Sister Network, suggests that his appointment possibly looks like just for the sake of regional balance, and also because he's probably good at what he's done already at the Energy Ministry, so he's quite versatile. Otherwise, I really do not see the real value in removing the Minister for Tourism, who indeed has had a normal success. In fact, if you are looking for some of the ministries that have done quite well in terms of bringing Ghana some repute, while the others were rather giving us bad names, it is actually the tourism ministry, and I think that Awal has done quite well. So I do not know what permutations, apart from what the Japamesa himself has said. I actually said that this morning on another network, that he thinks that the president had a conversation with him, and he thinks that for the purpose of regional balance, that's being done. I do not know whether that even makes sense, but well, that's what he says. The Japamesa himself is an excellent gentleman. I think he's a good guy, except that he shouts a lot when he's on political talk shows. I've told you that. But he's an excellent brain. But I really do not see the value in removing the former tourism minister and bringing a Japamesa, who again would have to now come and settle in the job. What's the point, really? For just 4 or 5 months? No. Okoboy was the next one, right?
Yes. Let's deal with the Okoboy next.
Well, Okoboy obviously has cut his teeth as well. I mean, don't forget he was he a deputy director for health at Buakwa, or was it a Chibi or somewhere like that? And then he rose to the ranks. He's a party person, but he's also a very excellent technical person, right?
Yes.
The COVID times he communicated quite well. It's not everything that I agreed with him when he sat on that committee at the Electoral Commission, by the way. That's another matter. But at least when it comes to health issues, I think he's done quite well. The only challenge really is that at the health ministry now, with the few months that we are left of this government, I really do not see anything significant that will happen. Except, of course, what he himself says, that maybe if it comes to the policy on maybe making sure that our nurses, our health professionals are advocated for, he thinks that it is important to focus on exporting them, probably nurturing them and exporting them in exchange for value, in exchange for money, in exchange for skills that they will have much later. Maybe that may be the only real value he may add if he's able to do something like that. But even then, that has to be a national policy. And I don't know whether there's a policy in place yet. Except, of course, I saw a few nurses being transported to the Caribbean at some point. I don't know what the value we got in return with the arrangement. So all in all, these are two excellent guys. I don't have any issues about them, except of course that they are part of a sinking boat, which obviously needs rescuing, but not from the captain who seems to have absconded, but from possibly something else, which the vice president is still clutching at right now.
Asensu Boache now goes to Rhodes.
That one.
Yeah, he's been in government in many different capacities. He's been deputy chief of staff. He became a substantive minister. He's been at works and housing. Now he's being sent to Rhodes, an area in which this government has faced some criticism for not living up to their promises.
Without a doubt, and I think that it may as well be an excellent move. Except, of course, I don't know what Asenso will do within these few months. I don't want to be chucked into thinking that what Professor Jampo probably might be thinking about, but the road sector is a juicy place. I don't know whether it's going to reorder roads so that my people at Sal will get roads. I don't think that will ever happen. But as it is right now, the road sector, except for rent seeking and rent paying, which seems to have been the issue that dogged that particular ministry, rather than do their real work, I don't see what Asenso will be doing there that will change the fortunes. Except, of course, if it's going to pay contractors on time and make sure that they deliver jobs close to the election, maybe yes. Otherwise, clearly speaking, I really don't see what value we're going to get in that regard.
Now, of course, at the Information Ministry, and I bring this up because you had a take on Kojo Oppong Nkrumah's departure, which was interesting in context of what Prof. Jampo said. So let me ask you about the person being asked to replace Kojo Oppong Nkrumah at Information Ministry, Ms. Fatimatu Abubakar. What are your expectations?
That's the deputy, right?
I believe so, yes.
Well, Fatima is an excellent pair of hands and head. I think she'll do well. Then again, as I say, it is what the government does that ought to be communicated. Nothing else can be done except you want to be globals, where you want to communicate something else. So in that regard, she's done quite well understanding her minister. And I think a few times I've heard her, she's been able to communicate well. The issue, there's a difference between communicating hope and communicating, there's the reality, really. I don't think we want her to communicate hope against hope. She must communicate the reality. And the reality is that, well, we are in tough times. If the president decides that instead of reducing the size of government, you rather add more or maintain the number at 86, she has no job to conjecture or to think through what the president thinks. But just to say that, well, look, it's 86, it's still 86, and this is what we've got for you. I think, though, that so I suspect Fatima will do quite well in communicating what government does. That's all.
Prof. Jampo, do you agree, Fatima, to filling the space well at the Information Ministry?
Well, like I said, the Information Ministry itself, in my view, was not that offensive in terms of communicating or explaining what the government had done or what government stands for. And so for me, my judgment of all of that, I mean, they had confined themselves to their elitist role, and government has its own full soldiers who were always going about informing and sometimes misinforming people. And I think that if I compare the Information Ministry now to the previous information ministries that, or the information ministers and their deputies to the previous ones, then I would say that the previous ones were more forceful, proactive, and always loud and always wanting to be heard than the ones that we have. And so on that score, I think that in rating them, I think that they didn't stand out quite clearly. And in response to what Franklin just said about my comments on Kojo Oppong Nkrumah, I want to say that there is a difference between what one doesn't want to do and what one is expected to do, especially when it comes to communicating and defending what government has done. I think Kojo Oppong Nkrumah, I have a lot of respect for him. He's a gentleman, and we know the role he was playing. He was playing, I think, your role now. The role he was playing at multimedia. But I think that in terms of being out there on behalf of the government, I think he didn't measure up to the expectations of people, particularly those around the government in his job.
For example, can I jump in?
And this is what the people, some people around government themselves are even saying. That is not to say that, in my view, that is not to say that he was incompetent or deficient. He decided to stick to that elitist role of an information minister, but others felt he could have gone an extra mile, could have bent over to ship some of the information or misinformation that sometimes some people who have no locus in government but want to speak on behalf of government, some of the things that they did. Sometimes you have people who claim not to be part of government, throw out major information in the public domain, and then eventually, whatever, I don't want to mention names, but I know that you know those I'm talking about. You throw out major information into the public domain, and before you realize whatever they said, it's reality. And it's something that one would have expected an information minister to have grasped first and to let us know first before unofficial people communicating those same information to us. So I think that is one thing that may have also been considered. And this is a view that is held by some people, even around government.
Right. Franklin, you had an intervention, didn't you?
Yes, I did. And, at the risk of sounding as if I'm defending Kojo, to be frank with you, if you look at the communications around some of the most difficult periods of this administration in the last 3-4 years, I don't see anybody who would have communicated it much better than Kojo. Talk about the e-levy. Of course, he made certain comments that were quite controversial. But I think he did much more than even the Ministry of Finance was even able to put out, really. I mean, the IMF period as well, the debt exchange period, these are difficult conversations he didn't have to invent. And I think he communicated quite well. Otherwise, as I said again, it is what the government does that he needs to communicate. He can't do anything else about what it is. Unless, of course, we wanted it to be constantly updating us as to what each ministry... I think they used to have a program called the information sections or something like that. Was it Meet the Press or something that they used to do? But I'm saying that I'll judge Kojo Nkrumah based on the most difficult period this administration has actually endured under this dispensation. And I think he endeared himself quite well. The other things you're referring to, obviously, as cabinet people, some people not happy about. I'm also privy to a lot of these conversations. And I can tell you, most of them are just related to his presidential ambitions. It's plain, point, and simple.
This is the final thing on which I'd like to take each of your views very quickly. I'll start with you, Prof. Jampo. The president did not change the numbers. He kept the same number of ministers, in spite of the fact that the flag bearer of this party seeking to break the 8 has signaled clearly that he will reduce the size of government if he wins. Is this the clearest indication yet that the Bawumia vision bears very little relation to the Akufo-Addo vision?
Well, if you listen to Bawumia when he took the time to outline his vision for Ghana, he said many things that were completely different from what is being done by the current administration. And so it is possible for one to argue that the current administration now believes in what it is doing, and that may be completely different from what Bawumia stands for. And so I think one wouldn't be wrong to come to the conclusion that you have come to. And you see, this is a president who is very intransigent, especially when calls are being made by civil society. There's been calls for downsizing. But if you have worked the math of the numbers and you believe that the numbers didn't reduce. In fact, in my own analysis on my Facebook, I said I had to look at the numbers again. And even if there may be reduction, it may be marginal. But if you think that the numbers didn't reduce, then it speaks to the president's refusal to pander to public opinion, the president's refusal to listen. The president's always overly demonstrating some political machoism and strength, political kinkonism. As for me, I have all the powers and I don't listen to anybody. And there are people around him who tell us that as for our president, he does not pander to views from civil society or from opinion leaders. Once it is coming from, if you have an opinion, you have to find a way of making sure that the president owns it. But if he doesn't own it and it is an advice, he will not listen to you. But he who is cutting a path would never know if his back is crooked. And this is an old, a timely adage of people of African descent. And so I find it difficult to understand why he decides not to listen. And I don't know, but it is true, the conclusion that you have made or drawn, that it appears that then what Bawumia is seeking to do now may be different from what the government is doing. But I was expected that if it is this particular government, and whether we like it or not, it's an open secret that Akufo-Addo, apart from bringing Bawumia to the fore, he supported and defended his campaign, his flag bearership campaign. And so if you supported and defended the flag bearership campaign, then I do not understand why you may not be able to now begin to vary things in a manner that would be in alignment with what he stands for. But you want to be doing things that are completely different, things that can be used against his own campaign. Now, we are all saying that, well, he's part of the administration. And so if there are any major shakeups or changes, he should begin to be effecting them now. That's what we are saying. He should begin to be effecting them now. And I was thinking and hoping that if the president truly birthed Bawumia and truly support his ambition, then he will begin to let Ghanaians see that, well, what Bawumia stands for and wants to be bringing to the fore should he get the opportunity. We've started doing them, and that will tell you that, well, tell Ghanaians that, well, he has full support from the presidency. But it appears, I don't know how true it is, it appears that the two of them are now singing from different notebook. And, well, it is okay if that is how they want to, the route they want to go. At the end of the day, what maybe the president is failing to appreciate is that his standard or his achievement and whatever he does in government or whatever he's doing in government would also be used as one of the variables that would shape people's decision as to whether they should give Bawumia the nod or they shouldn't give him the nod. And so he commits a political suicide by doing things that are completely different from what Bawumia himself wants to be doing. And if that is the route he wants to go, so be it. At the end of the day, Ghanaians will determine who is better placed, who is fit to become or to take over the reins of government from President Akufo-Addo.
Franklin, let me hear you on this same one before we wrap up.
Right. Well, so the president is a lame duck president, and I think he's being clever. He's feeding into the narrative that suggests that, okay, Bawumia wants to be his own man. If I decide that I'm going to reduce the numbers right now, then maybe Bawumia really has not much more to do. Some people may say, okay, well, let's move to something else, taxes. Do them now. Maybe that's not the conversation we're having right now. I think clearly it is now Bawumia's turn to ensure that he gives us a sense of what his 50-member cabinet or 50-member ministerial list will look like. But that's the only way we can start beginning to think that he's really different from his boss. Otherwise, the president is a lame duck one, and he's doing everything he can to make sure that he leaves just like he's done. I mean, he doesn't just care, really. So for me, I never really expected that. In terms of reducing the numbers, he was going to do them anyway.
Franklin, the man has come out publicly to say that he's not a lame duck president too. He said it.
Oh, well, he's saying that only because he wants to show that he's forceful, he has power. But of course, everything is done right now. It's just to show that he's not just a lame duck president, he's actually a goner. And by constitutional dictate, he'll be going anyway. The only issue is that on this particular one, I think he's been quite clever. He knows that if he does anything by reducing numbers, he'll say, okay, well, he's handed Bawumia a good deal. Maybe we would have been happy. But now it's Bawumia's turn to actually now show us exactly what his numbers will look like. And even the personnel is very important. You see, the other conversation we should be having, and I know you two gentlemen are quite adept at that, political conversations, and I know you've been having them as well. We need to know the caliber of persons that are going to rule us in 2025 from both sides. Because the things we've heard before concerning personnel, it's not just about numbers, but the quality of the thinking and the innovation they will be allowed to also probably engage in as well. If we don't get a sense of that, merely saying our reduced numbers actually doesn't cut it. But
it's an important point.
It's not Bawumia's turn to show us exactly what his 50-member committee or whatever I call it would look like, and exactly what you do when it's given power. And the
very
same thing
important
with
point.
Obama, who wants a 50-member team as well.
Yeah, a very important point. I think certainly fodder for a future conversation. For now, though, I want to say a big thank you to our two panelists, Professor Ransford Jampo, Professor of Political Science at University of Ghana, and Franklin Kujo, founding president of Imani Africa. We appreciate your time very much, both of you.
Well, lots of you joining us on X and sharing your thought with us. So, at Max Bina says they're coming in to hide the mess they created before the next government takes over. Adedi for Rio says absolutely needless. This reshuffling was needed years ago. The thing's poor finish. At Pride GH says it's an exercise in futility and another big settings to put Ken Ofori-Atta at the top to even do more bigger harm to Ghana. They should just hurry and leave the scene where they agreed. And at Papi Solo says, I just hope Ghanaians will be wise enough to put an end to this misery and arrogance on December 7. They're just going to balloon our public expenditure further. Nothing will come out of this belated changes. And at Brown Gold, for those who don't know, Ofori-Atta is still in charge and even the boss of the Ministry of Finance. So when we return, we'll be speaking to Angela Dramina Boaje of the ACT Foundation. They turn 25 years. We'll be right back.
Media Sambisanda mo. Eti emrantia no. Mumu hwan pa na tumi hwe na mo bodom pe mo man yakono. Eye kwabna. No mumu hwan so na tumi just mali me mayo ni nyina de. Eye kojo. Enu kro. Kobre tumi hwe na bodom pe mo sense wo yusu accident eba. Aye den oban ni do braye. Bu si eti na mo ban na sem mana hoode ne. Sa ani na kojo nso yusu accident chako. Na enu ne de e ma wo se wo ye krejen fita. Na watimi asiri bedwo mama na feel you. Ey kojo. Yeah. Pepsodent Heba and a Pepsodent Charcoal. Afedie, you're gonna natural.
FTIJ Jadion Katoyatu.
GoTV is stepping up your entertainment from the 15th of January at no extra cost to you. If you are on GoTV Value, upgrade to GoTV Plus to watch GoTV Max. Already on GoTV Plus? Upgrade to GoTV Max to enjoy GoTV Super. And if you are on GoTV Max, upgrade to GoTV Super to enjoy the best of the best on GoTV Super Plus. Don't wait. Step up your entertainment today. It's on us. GoTV. Love it. T&C's apply.
Dive into a new era of news consumption with myjoyonline.com, your go-to destination for cutting-edge journalism, giving you the most credible stories from business to politics and from sports to entertainment. Myjoyonline.com introduces an upgraded news website meticulously designed to empower you with an enriched browsing experience like never before. Experience the future of news browsing with myjoyonline.com.
The race to the Jubilee House is beginning. Ghana is at a crossroads. It is time again for the people to choose, and the world is watching. So join Joy News as we launch our comprehensive coverage of the 2024 elections and the wide array of election programs carefully designed to empower you and an informed electorate. We will do this because in a nation where every vote counts, where every voice matters, there is one name you can trust for your election coverage. Joy News, your elections headquarters. From now till January 7, 2025, our seasoned journalists will bring you up-to-the-minute updates, unbiased analysis, and the stories behind the headlines. Your election headquarters brings you the launch of Joy News 2024 election coverage. It's on Monday, February 19 from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. live on the Joy FM Super Morning Show, the AM show on the Joy News channel, and all our social media platforms. The election headquarters, an informed electorate. Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible.
Right, so welcome back and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Let me tell you about Premium Motors Limited, and they want to make this February the most memorable one. Yes, buy a Renault Colliers and let them whisk you away to the enchanting city of Dubai with your partner within the month of love. This exclusive offer is valid only for the month of February, so do not miss out on the opportunity to make this Valentine unforgettable. Visit Premium Motors Limited today. Test drive the Renault Colliers and make that decision, or call 0307079977 or 0307080010. Renault Colliers, where luxury meets intimacy, and this vehicle is distributed by Premium Motors Limited. Terms and conditions apply. So let's get on to the phone lines, because the ACK Foundation is 25 years, and this morning we're glad to be joined by Angela Dramina Abuache, who leads the ACK Foundation. Good morning, and thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning.
Congratulations, 25 years of service.
Yeah, it came very quickly. We give the glory to God.
And tell us how it feels. I mean, you haven't been working for society over the past 25 years?
Well, it's a little longer than 25 years. But let's say, formally speaking, we started working as an organization from February 1999. It feels wonderful. It feels like yesterday when we started out. And we're just happy to have been able to do this in a very, let's say, challenging country when it comes to developmental issues. So we're happy.
Now tell us, I mean, over the past 25 years, what you would say has been your achievements in developmental issues in the country.
Okay. So one of the things that we are very happy to say is that we have been able to help about over 5,000 persons when it comes to providing services for abused persons, or survivors as we call them. So in the last 25 years, we worked with the police, CID, the police, DOFSU, with YOCO, with social welfare, with other organizations that are in the state and non-state institutions to give services such as crisis intervention, counseling, legal assistance, medical referrals, and other psychosocial support for people who otherwise wouldn't be able to speak for themselves or even act if they have to come into contact with some of the institutions because of the nature of what their circumstances are. So for us, that's very key, to see somebody transform from a place of brokenness, hopelessness sometimes, and begin to work again, look at life again. That's huge. Then the policy and the legislative part is what we have done with other organizations, basically women's empowerment organizations, to change laws and policies concerning particularly women and children and vulnerable groups. So the Domestic Violence Act is a key piece of legislation that we worked almost 10 years to achieve in this country with other organizations. The National Policy and Plan for implementing that act, and then several other pieces of legislation, female genital mutilation, the Children's Act, trafficking. We've done all those rounds, yeah.
Okay. So it's been 25 years of service. Let's look forward into the next 25 years, 50 years or even more of the ACK Foundation. What is it that you'll be doing next?
Well, so that we still run the only domestic violence shelter in this country. it's an achievement, but for a country such as ours, we would need definitely more than one of such facilities in the country. And we're hoping that the government will be able to start its own so that it can complement the other services that are given by the various institutions in other parts of the country. So one of the things that we want to do is to augment the service, okay, to make sure that it is sustainable. When we shut it down for 1.5 years, we had too many crisis calls coming in of people who needed to be taken away from danger, but the police didn't know where to put them immediately. So we had to reorganize to bring it back, with the help of people. Okay, and so we want to augment that service. We want to make it continue to run for as long as we can, whether I am here or I'm not. Okay, and so we will need to put together a fund actually to make it sustainable, and also to even spread it a bit more than we have done in the past. We also want to continue to contribute to legislation and policy changes. But more than that, the key challenge is implementing of these policies and legislation. So there are key issues around working with survivors of gender-based violence that need to be taken care of. For example, this thing about the medical costs, where survivors have to pay for medical costs of examinations to be able to bring that report to the police for prosecution. It's a key advocacy issue. These are things that we have to take out of the way. They stay too long on the books. Okay. So there are a number. We could discuss about 10 points, but we don't have all the time to look at some of the legislative and policy issues that need to be worked on, which we want to still contribute to.
Okay. Well, thank you very, very much for joining us this morning. And once again, congratulations to you and your team. We wish you all the best in the years ahead. Okay, so that's Angela Dramina-Boaji, who's CEO of the ACT Foundation, joining us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And of course, I like this one by Ofurian Ponce. But hey, look, let me tell you about Safari Valley Eco Park. Now, they've introduced the Safari Wildlife Experience by creating an environment that fosters the harmonious cohabitation of forests, water, humans, and wildlife such as zebra, sable antelope, llama, wallaby, fallow deer, Patagonian mara, and many others, where everyone can come and experience these majestic creatures at a starting price of only 250 Ghana cedis and free for children up to 6 years. It's only an hour's drive from Accra. It opens from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. each day. Visit Safari Valley Eco Park with your friends and family today for the thrill of a lifetime. For more information, visit safarivalleyresort.com. Check out the Safari Valley on Instagram or call 0596914394.
Now, the Ghana Revenue Authority would like to remind all withholding tax agents, including VAT withholding agents appointed by the Commissioner General, that withholding taxes must be paid to the Domestic Tax Revenue Division, the DTRD, of the GRA by the 15th of every month. Withholding taxes for January 2024 will therefore be due by today, Thursday, the 15th of February. Withholding taxes, including withholding on VAT deducted from suppliers operating the VAT standard rate, employment, payment for the supply or use of goods, payment for the supply of any works, payment for the supply of services, and all other withheld taxes from January 2024 are due by Thursday, the 15th of February 2024. That's today. Now, they may also be submitted in hard or soft copies, or I'm talking about the schedules indicating gross amounts, the tax deducted, the names of taxpayers, and the TIN or Ghana card PIN. from whom the taxes were withheld. Taxpayers are also to note that in line with the GRA's cashless policy, both check and cash payments should be made at any of the 23 designated banks, the Ghana.gov platform, or via USSD code *222#. They also encourage taxpayers to file their returns online via taxpayersportal.com. Please note that failure to pay tax by due date attracts an interest of 125% of the statutory rate, compounded monthly on the outstanding tax. Please also note that third-party checks require 2 days to clear. The GRA can be reached by email on info@gra.gov.gh, by WhatsApp on 0552 990 000 and 0200 631 664, or you can call toll free on 0800 900 110.
So do you know that MTN Momo now has an app? Yes, MTN Momo has a brand new app specially designed to make your Momo experience easier, convenient, and faster. Just download the Momo app on Play Store or App Store, and Momo app allows you to view your statement, pay bills, and so much more. Use the Momo app for your Momo transactions and enjoy a 100% bonus when you recharge using the Momo app. So go on, download the Momo app now and start transacting with a flex at no data cost. Just Momo it everywhere you go.
Now you can get closer to nature this Valentine and celebrate your love at Aqua Safari Resort. It could be you and your loved ones seated with candles lit, champagne in ice buckets, and waiters at your beck and call with a thrilling view of nature as a backdrop. Your possibilities of experiences are endless at the Aqua Safari Resort. Their package includes dinner for two on the island, fresh coconut and juices upon arrival, musical performance by Ura Sax and Calvin the violinist, dinner on the island with sparkling wine, red velvet room set up for the night, breakfast the next morning, and this package is valid from the 14th until the 17th of February. Aqua Safari Resort is also giving you an amazing 15% off all room bookings from now until the 18th of February. For bookings and inquiries, call 0540 110 193, or you could try 0540 110 195. Terms and conditions apply.
And Kingdom Books and Stationery Limited, your number one supplier of quality office essentials, equipment, and furniture at affordable prices. They've introduced an online store for your shopping convenience, which means you can now shop by simply logging on to kingdomstoreonline.com, and they will arrange delivery to your home and office within a reasonable time. They offer free delivery within Accra and Tema and accept payment via Momo across all networks. Terms and conditions have applied. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks.
All right. Well, listen, it's been great. Thanks for joining us for this show. Been enlightening. We've got more tomorrow. Stay with us until then. My name is Kojo Youngson. I'm the morning man.
My name is Winston Amwa.
Have a good one.
Ten o'clock.
Hello, welcome to Joy Headline News at 10 with Mamisi Nyamiche Thompson. The Northeast Regional Security Council has hinted getting more police personnel to the region as part of measures to combat increasing robbery attacks. Minister Yidana Sakaria says new arrangements with the Inspector General of Police is being made to facilitate the move. It follows Monday's robbery attacks in Walla Wali, resulting in a death and injury of 8 persons. Elias Otanko has more.
The attack was said to have carried out by 3 armed men who arrived on a single motorbike. According to eyewitnesses, gunmen first opened fire sporadically at the lorry station before turning their guns on a mobile money operator who was seated nearby. After snatching an undisclosed amount of money from the mobile money operator, the robbers fatally shot and stabbed him as he was fleeing from them. 8 persons, including a 6-year-old child, were also injured by stray bullets from the indiscriminate shootings by the robbers. A The victims were first rushed to the Wale Government Hospital but were later transferred to the Tamale Teaching Hospital. As part of his activities, the Regional Minister Yidana Zakari today paid a visit to the victims of the tragic incident. The Regional Minister also offered financial support to the victims and assured them that the police were working hard to arrest and punish the attackers.
If it is armed robbery, they have gone way beyond what we know to be armed robbery. It was just an affront, an attack on the people of the Northeast.
You heard a report by Ilyasu Tanko. Now, the National Association of Graduate Teachers, NAGRAT, has issued an ultimatum to the Office of the Special Prosecutor to release the salaries of some teachers by Friday or face their wrath. Now, NAGRAT alleged that the OSP had withheld salaries of more than 400 teachers to investigate ghost names on government's payroll. Listen to President of NAGRAT, Angel Kabanu, on Newsnight yesterday.
We have also informed him through the media.
But who suffers? Who suffers? 400 of your members, their salaries are frozen as we speak.
By Friday, if those salaries are not frozen, nobody shall. Because it's a wrong thing. You see, when you are auditing somebody, until audit is completed and you have conclusively arrived indicating that A, B, and C are not qualified to earn salary, you don't go ahead and inflict injury. He may be the special prosecutor. He has not finished prosecuting people who have been giving bribes in elections and things like that. It is not poor teachers he is coming to zero in on. If he does not defreeze the salaries by Friday, he will have to be blamed for whatever happens after Friday.
You heard President of NAGRAT, Angel Kabanu, in an interview with my colleague Emefa Apao. Now, Parliament is working around recent changes in the House to accommodate vetting processes for recent minister designates. 19 ministers and their deputies, including 10 cabinet ministers and 2 regional ministers, were affected and some new entrants made. Joe Seusu is chairman of the appointment committee. He spoke to Emefa Apao.
If you take any ministry, for example, if you take the local government is a new nominee. Now, the chairman of the Committee of Local Governance, his deputy, the ranking member and his deputy will join the appointment committee when it comes to the vetting of the minister. When we finish with the local governance, those people will leave. And maybe if we come to gender, the Minister for Gender's Consideration, then the Committee on Gender, the Chairman and Ranking, the Deputy Chairman and Vice Chairman and Deputy Ranking will join in.
Now, the National Democratic Congress has dismissed the NPP flag bearer Mahamudu Bawumia's attempt to distance himself from the current government's actions, characterizing it as a betrayal to the President. General Secretary Fifi Viavi-Kwete says the move by the Vice President is equal to stabbing the President in the back.
Dr. Bawumia is running away from what clearly are policies he considers not to be good policies of the very government he serves in as Vice President. Bawumia demonstrates that he has a massive responsibility deficit. Such a person does not have the character to lead our nation. If Dr. Bawumia has shown that he can literally stab Nana Akufo-Addo in the back by way of running away from poor policies while taking credit for the good things done, who else is Dr. Bawumia not able to betray? A Judas cannot be entrusted with the leadership of Ghana.
General Secretary of the NDC, Fifi Viavi-Kwete, and in the headlines at 10. I am Mamiesi Nyamiche Thompson.